dressed up as Killer Whale from the Sharkboard from Hell 5 movie. For today's stream, I'm going to hit up Shinjuku in the early morning and teach the crows how to talk.
I love it. This chick's always pulling the dumbest stunts. It's 3 a.m., you know.
Whoa, is it just me, or is the street soups freezing cold?
Wait a sec. She's pretty close to here.
And there they are! Good morning, crows! Hey, what are you all looking at over there? Okay, let's find out. No way! How can this be? They're hands! They're ghostly hands!
What's up?
Well, nice of you to join us, Eli.
Yeah, sorry. I was headed this way when I got called to Investigation HQ. Now then, is this what you call securing the scene?
We can't seal off a building without either a warrant or the owner's permission.
And this building is owned by, you guessed it.
It's her, isn't it?
To start with, might I ask who told you two about this place?
It was Mr. Darren.
Really? A referral from him I can trust.
We already knew exactly who you were, of course. The intermediary situation in Shinjuku is well known among hitmen. They say this is a laid-back place with relaxed rules.
That's quite flattering, particularly since it's coming from the aces of Shibuya, the Horojima siblings, namely Rin and her brother Hiro.
I don't recall giving anyone our real names, even in Shibuya.
Please do forgive me. When I was able to find them so easily, I presumed you weren't trying to hide them. My rules may be relaxed, but if you break them, I promise you'll come to regret it.
Hey, no offense, but you're kind of a bitch.
Why, thank you. You're too sweet.
Don't ever speak to Clarissa that way again!
You think you're so cool just because you're bigger than me, don't you, you jerk? Now that's cute.
All right. In any case, I'm glad to have more people willing to work around here, because I very much suspect we're about to have our hands full.
You got anything to say for yourself? If you want to put your peaceful life on the back burner, that's your business, I guess.
We should probably come and go through the back door for the time being.
This is where solitaire showed up.
I don't love attention either, FYI.
I'm sorry.
Were you really controlling all those hands?
Uh-huh, basically.
The public thinks it was either a supernatural event or one of Solitaire's tricks. How many people you think are in on the fact that it actually happened?
Let's see. I have to imagine Solitaire and Lemmings caught on. Xiao Yu? Him, I'm not sure about.
Tell us, Inspector, what's the plan?
For now, maybe Odyssey and I should go take another look.
Might want to hold off on that for a bit, Iwa.
Huh?
A real headache of a reporter is here.
You don't say. One of the fortune-telling customers was really Solitaire?
That's right. He made his face look completely different, but his soul was the same color. And the same ghost was haunting him.
And the high school girl?
Well...
Who's the best little doggy in the...
I'm terribly sorry, Corpse God. So far, this isn't revealing anything at all. Except for how cute her dog is, of course.
So wait. The dog was real?
It was at home the whole time, but for some reason she truly believed it had run away. Her real father was at home too. The man she was with must have been an imposter.
One of those sugar daddies?
Sugar daddies?
Daddy's for dessert!
Nope. Forget I said it. Why would Solitaire set his sights here? Considering his interest in that symbol, it's possible he's been after us from the start. I guess I should fill Clarissa in on all this. Moving on. The writing on the wall looks like the work of the fire-breathing bug to me. But who are these bastard children of Saburamon they mentioned to you on the phone? Your reaction to hearing those words tells me they're pretty significant. Do they have something to do with your old world?
His name was Arius Saburamon, the head court sorcerer, in service to the Biyadi Empire, where I, as well as my teacher, lived no fewer than 100 years ago.
Listen, boy. There's something I must tell you before we begin. Apart from your ability to see spirits with your evil eye, you have no aptitude for magic. And at any rate, it's not as though the evil eye is some sort of talent, more of a spiritual leaning. That said, fear not. Despite your lack of talent, I shall take you under my wing. When I'm done, you'll be the 10th ranked sorcerer in the court. Why not first, you ask? You're more ambitious than I gave you credit for. Because the 3rd ranked, Utsuro Jusa, is a breed apart from those below. And I'm the 2nd ranked. And above all, the 1st ranked is half a politician. Skill alone won't carry you that far.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. Your level of ability, I think you could have easily ended up in my position.
Look at that, boy. The man's proving my point for me. He's already come to evaluate your worth as a future tool in court politics.
Huh. Please, Islas, there's no reason for you to be snide. All people hold equal worth. I couldn't assign value to them.
Sabaramond was widely known to be a kind man, and he was beloved throughout the Empire. Many people would flock from all over to state functions where he was set to appear.
He sounds a lot like what we'd call a celebrity.
Yeah, like Ryoma Kanagi.
Wow, I'm impressed. You named an honest-to-goodness celebrity and not a shark.
Of course I did.
Huh?
You see, as a child actor, he had a minor role in the Sharkborg from Hell Z, and in the one they're filming now, they're bringing him back all grown up as one of the protagonists. You know nothing, do you?
Didn't even know they were making another one. Setting that totally aside, how could the fire-breathing bug know about this Sabaramond?
I'm curious about that too. Based on what they said, they're up against a group called the Bastard Children of Sabaramond.
But he's from 100 years ago. Isn't he dead by now?
Well, I don't know the first thing about what happened to Sabaramond after the Empire fell, but a sorcerer at his level would have no difficulty whatsoever extending his life by a century or two.
Dude, your world's magic is wild.
Skilled sorcerers are incredible. They even have the power to delay aging.
But hey, aren't we missing something kind of important here? If the guy you knew back then is really involved in this, then wouldn't you figure his children would be on your side?
On my side? I'm not all that eager to dredge up old memories, but I have to ask, what if these so-called bastard children of Sabaramond are truly part of the Empire? I left that world behind and escaped into this one for purely selfish reasons. At this point, I'm literally a man without a country. And yet...
I understand. Yes, absolutely. Just like with Hosorogi 5 years ago. Everything is under the aegis of Sabaramond. Those other snipers left this district for greener pastures. But in a fortunate turn of events, one of the Agakuras has an opening.
All right, we're creating a diversion, so make your kills flashy and frequent. We're not people anymore. We're bullets in flight. Bury everything else and let your rage run wild. Prove we're a match for the Hele and the Agakuras at... Huh? What? How is he so huge?
Now isn't this a shame? I mean it. A crying shame. You were so close, you know. Only off by a hair, really. You failed in your goal of becoming bullets in flight when you were on the verge of soaring through the air. The thing about bullets, though, is a bullet can't get scared. As it turns out, you couldn't measure up to us Agakuras if your lives depended on it.
Momoya, how's it going?
Everything's fine now. But to be honest, I came surprisingly close to losing my life on this one. Got no idea who these guys were, but I think they might have actually been crazy tough. So, what about your group, sis? You went up against their main force, right? Tell me, how many of you died?
Not one. It was over in 5 seconds.
Oh, disappointing.
Well, if it'll cheer you up, there's a new job waiting for you. Go see the Shibuya intermediary for the details. Then make your way to Shinjuku.
Shinjuku, of all places? Maybe I'll get a chance to ask Solitaire for his autograph.
Yes?
What in the world was that, your lordship?
Come now, settle down, shall you?
Some kind of presence I couldn't see was obstructing Lemmings and Solitaire. At first I thought it was a stealth suit or something. But that was clearly no trick. Something really was there, I'm certain of it. That fake polka. I knew all along I should have eliminated him.
Hear me out. Whatever it may have been up there, it didn't attack you, did it? In which case, wouldn't that suggest that it was an ally of yours?
Do you know something?
Xiao Yu, what job was it that I asked you to do?
You asked me to guard Miss Sayo and the fake polka, sir.
See that you don't forget it.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
As it happens, I do know the fake polka's secret. But at this point, I suspect you wouldn't believe it coming from me even if I were to tell you.
Of course I would.
You haven't taken me at my word that the fake polka's all right, have you?
But,
Well, words would be incapable of doing the situation justice in any circumstance. It's fine. You should approach that fellow with Polka's face directly. If he won't share the truth with you, I'll beg him to reconsider.
No, you mustn't! It's beneath your lordship to beg someone like him.
If that's how you feel, then you'll have to earn his trust. The fake Polka is someone I put my faith in. So try to open up your mind and hear what he has to say.
What is it? Shinjuku is Kuraki's territory, so I'd prefer to remain inconspicuous.
I thought you might be interested to hear I spotted a familiar face. You know, I have to tell you, he's in shockingly good shape for someone who once had his arms and legs torn from his body. Boy, they're as tough as centipedes, the lot of them, aren't they? The members of the Haley family, I mean.
Odyssey, what's up?
Nothing. For a second there, I thought I spotted a familiar face. Couldn't be. Right.
So, what are you gonna do, Polka? Anything having to do with the other world is basically your call.
I don't know.
Good morning!
Oh. Hey, good morning.
What's your problem? Gloomy Gus! Can't have you looking all down in the dumps! Come on, smile!
What the?
Pleased to meet you. My card. Go ahead, take it.
The weekly dry, huh?
That's right! We're gonna be in the news, you guys! Can you believe it?
Weekly Dry, a tabloid magazine that was launched by the publishing arm of Anywhere Incorporated in 1996. It covers everything from politics to the arts, gossip, the occult, and even the latest video games. And moving 220,000 copies a week makes it one of the biggest domestic magazines. But the Corpse God would have no way of knowing that! And this guy's just clueless! Kocho 8port is Weekly Dry's star cub reporter. A fearless investigator who's landed more than her share of scoops in both the political and entertainment fields. Can Polka and his ragtag group of companions defend their fragile peace from the sudden threat of media onslaught? Fight on, Takumi! It's up to you, Takumi! Help them, Takumi! You're their only hope! Only hope! Only hope! Only hope!
Us in the news?
You know it! It's our national debut!
Listen, I haven't done anything, I promise. I'm innocent.
Spoken like a man with everything to hide!
Spoken like the first character to get eaten by the shark. Please, there's no reason to be nervous. I'm simply interested in doing a publicity piece on the new fortune teller everyone's talking about.
Oh, right, the fortune.
Sorry, but there's no way we can trust a reporter who snaps photos without getting permission.
Apologies. I seized the moment to get some candid shots. Obviously, you have every right in the world to decline the interview. In which case, I'll have to turn my attention to a different story.
What did you have in mind?
Perhaps I'll write about the mysterious drones that have been spotted in the area instead. I think people have a right to know if they're being filmed without their knowledge, as I'm sure you'd agree.
Why, that little sneak! I bet she's dug up all kinds of dirt on me already! Wait, I see her angle. She thinks she's exposing a fraud who works with an information broker to dole out phony fortunes. I couldn't care less if she thinks we're con artists. The problem is if Clarissa ends up getting dragged into this. If that happened, it would be bad. To put it mildly. I have to keep this situation under control.
Takumi Kuruya, former information specialist for the Sanzu Sons gang. Once a boy genius, you launched a software company at the tender age of 14. But unscrupulous adults took over the business, and worse,
drove your family to suicide. As the sole survivor, you went to enter the criminal underworld. Your life would surely make one heck of an article, but at the moment, you're not my target.
A fortune teller?
Correct! He's calling himself the Corpse God, and this guy's the hottest thing in Shinjuku right now. What do you say? Are you willing to give me the page real estate for an interview?
Don't see why not, I guess. But I was under the impression you were pretty darn invested in the solitaire case.
I was and still am. Conveniently enough, the stories happen to be connected. Here, let me lay it out for you. The detectives working on the solitaire case visited this fortune teller immediately after investigating the fake fire-breathing bug who torched the Shinoyama place. And I hear the fortune teller may be a member of the Shinoyama family himself.
Not a lot to go on.
One thing I know about those detectives is that they never waste their time. My veteran reporter's instinct is speaking loud and clear. It says Solitaire's escape, the Shinoyama fire, and the mysterious fortune teller are all intertwined with each other. And who knows, while I'm at it, I might even find out if the police really tried to shoot Solitaire.
Veteran reporter?
Okay, I guess as long as you stick to fortune telling.
Thank you so very much. I can't tell you how excited I am to work with you.
So what now? Should I start by telling your fortune?
No, thanks. The reporter can't let herself become part of the story. However, if it's all right with you, I will provide a customer for the purposes of the article at some point.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
I'm going to have to request that you not interview anyone waiting in line on your way out. We need to protect our customers' privacy, you understand.
Yes! I understand. I won't cause any trouble. What a nice reporter.
I hope you're right about that. Let's get ready to open.
Alrighty. Talk about bingo. This is the mother of all jackpots. To think that Solitaire himself was here this very morning. And if my sources are to be believed, the Corpse God's real name is Polka Shinoyama. A Shinoyama telling fortunes alongside an info broker is highly suspect. Yet, he almost seemed relieved that's what I was asking about. He's fishy, just as I thought. Moreover, isn't that a message from the fire-breathing bug on the wall? There are so many leads here, it's scary. As a reporter, it's my job to ask. Out of curiosity, is that writing on the wall related to the fire-breathing bug?
You know, I bet...
Don't mind us. Just our daily shark wrestling.
Couldn't tell you who wrote that. It was on the wall when we moved in. Been too busy to remove it. That simple.
Yes, that's right. That's simple.
Will you please stop talking?
You don't say. Suspicious. That writing's brand new as far as I can tell. But is it premature to link them to the fire-breathing bug too? No, better safe than sorry. Especially regarding the Shinoyamas. They're surrounded by all kinds of dark rumors.
So, I take it you weren't injured, Nezu? I see. In that case, I'll proceed. You're telling me this wasn't one of Solitaire's tricks? Alright. You should take some time off. Both Solitaire and my grandfather's bodyguard will be looking for you. Besides, come next week, your main job will be keeping you busy. There's no need to thank me. Take care of yourself.
That pause was a thank you?
Taipei,
Sir?
coordinate with the Lei main force immediately. I need you to track down Solitaire and bring him to me.
Still alive?
Preferably so, yes. I'm extremely curious to find out what he knows about Polka. And I must thank him personally for hurting our stock prices.
Indeed.
Bao,
Hmm?
provide informational support.
Gotcha.
The police have assigned numerous personnel to Solitaire. I'm already having them monitored, but it's highly likely they're aware of our movements. Do not underestimate them. The police force is truly a lair of demons.
I wondered who was doing all that snooping around. The Shinoyamas, eh? I can't be sure yet, but it may well become necessary to clear the stage.
Yes! I think the connections are even more interesting than I imagined.
You sure about this? I mean, if nothing else, we'll get an occult piece out of it, but still.
You just let me handle this one, Chief. My instincts are speaking to me loud and clear. And it's telling me that lots of interesting things are going to happen in this building.
Well, isn't this interesting? He's a bartender. Had I only known, I would have taken inspiration from a cocktail when I killed.
That almost killed me. If Nishida was going to miss his shift, he could have at least called in. Jeez.
So sorry. What if I were to give you a bonus for working so hard?
Really?
Really. And here, enjoy this on the house.
Thanks, I really appreciate it.
A drink mixed by Clarissa. Lucky dog.
A bonus. That'll buy so many photo books.
I need Nishida's apartment checked out immediately. To be safe, at least 2 of you go.
Goodness gracious. The world is truly going to hell, Higudo.
Is that supposed to be some kind of revelation? Why did you think I was working as an intermediary in Shibuya?
Alright, you make a fair point. But still, if you ask me, it's worse than ever. Hard to believe it, but I guess Solitaire's info was actually legit. I mean, first, some dirty cop tries to have him bumped off, and then on top of that, I get hired to carry out a job like this. What to do? I've completely lost my faith in the police.
Ugh, this is a real headache. Shinjuku's security cameras capture way too many people.
And Solitaire's probably in disguise, wouldn't you say? Which makes looking for him kind of a wild goose chase.
Basically. Even so, if I know Solitaire like I think I do, he won't be able to help returning to the building. The question is why he went there in the first place. Did it come to his attention that Polka Shinoyama is familiar with that symbol? I suppose I'm gonna have to talk with Shinoyama again, too.
Whoa! Is that some kind of giant? Here, take a look.
Yeah, must be over 2 meters tall.
So I wasn't seeing things.
You know this guy?
No, the one next to him.
Don't tell me.
Right. He was with an organization I took on a few years ago.
Yeah, well, right now we have to focus on Solitaire.
Agreed. And there's a connection between the cases. That friend of Polka Shinoyama's, Takemi Kuriya, he used to belong to a loose-knit gang called the Sanzu Sons. I finally crushed them, but when I did, I let just one of them escape. The one I had pegged as their leader went by the name of Higudo.
Hey, mister. How about making a donation to our cause?
Bet you're carrying something better than that dead body.
I have a question, if that's alright.
Shut up, why don't you?
Tell me, do you have pull?
Huh?
You know, pull. Contacts, connections. As far as I'm concerned, connections are the same as love. So I guess what I'm really asking is, are you loved?
Is this guy crazy?
For instance, are you related to or friends with any politicians or police bigwigs? Legendary mercenaries? Superheroes? World Karate champions? Anyone like that? Ordinary people even. Anyone in this world who loves you enough to risk it all for you.
Think he's high on something. Tripping balls, no doubt.
What a nuisance! Maybe the cops will thank us for taking him out.
No one, huh? No one at all?
No one, moron! Right now, though, the real question is if you have any connections to an undertaker.
Oh, yes I do. Illegal, of course. Are you wondering why it is you're about to die? Because you got together here at this late hour, maybe? Or perhaps it's because of your small-time criminal escapades. Or because you picked a fight with us. None of the above. It's because you lack connections. They're the same as love. And when love turns to hate, sometimes things get a little dicey. What if somebody dangerous cared about you? Could be trouble.
No, don't. We're sorry.
Don't kill us, please!
But you're not connected, are you? There's no one out there who can save you.
When did you get so big on connections?
It was a long time ago now. I had dealings with somebody, and one of their friends turned out to be bad news. I managed to get away, but I lost an entire organization in the process.
Ah, so what if those punks back there had been well connected, huh?
I'd have kept my head down for a while, I guess.
It's just like I told you, the world truly is going to hell. I mean, imagine a lowlife like you being able to walk around town freely.
And just like I told you, it's always been this way. But it won't be for much longer. Someday soon, this world of ours will be greeted with a new dawn. Here we are. Been 5 years, of course, though the route could be wrecked. Let's hope not.
I feel like my head is spinning. What time is it right now? Where'd I put my phone? Uh-oh. I see Urai. That must mean his entire shift is already over. Hey, Urai! Over here! Huh? What? Oh, wait. That's right.
Good morning, all. I thank you once again for your cooperation. As discussed, I brought you a customer.
Ready?
This random fellow I came across in the neighborhood.
Huh? Oh, yeah. That's me.
There is nothing random about him! That guy's one of Clarissa's bartenders! What's up with that?
I'll start with a light opening jab. This man has ties to the owner of the building. How will they react, I wonder?
She said I could make some money on the side, so I played along. How was I supposed to know that meant getting my fortune told by Polka? So, hey there. Huh? It looks like he doesn't recognize me. Surely Misaki does.
Huh?
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Do they seriously not remember him? I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Let's begin. Has anything been troubling you recently?
Let me think for a moment. I wish I could gripe about work! If it got back to Clarissa, that would be bad. To put it mildly. Now that you mention it, I've been experiencing some stiffness in my shoulders. What am I saying? He's not a massage therapist.
I understand.
Huh? Let's see what else. Oh yeah, a coworker of mine completely skipped out on his shift without so much as calling in. Maybe you could, tell me what happened to him or something? You think?
This coworker you speak of, are they of great importance to you?
Huh? Well, I mean, he's not like family or anything, but he's a friend I feel comfortable sharing stuff with, so... Huh? Hold on. No way.
Got some news. As it turns out, Nishida did in fact make it into the building.
Yep, Nishida was here.
There's more to it, though. If you look at the security footage, you can see him hurrying out of here wearing his uniform. Do you think somebody abducted him? And if so, why? You have to wonder.
I find the timing highly suspect, to be sure.
You think it's about Polka? Maybe someone out there grabbed Nishida so that they could torture him and find out everything he knows about Polka.
Doubt it. Nishida doesn't know the details of Polka's situation. In fact, there's only one bartender who does.
You're kidding me. I mean, I've known for a while that Polka was a necromancer. Why did they call me in here for this? It can't be.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but it seems as though your friend may have been caught up in something disastrous.
You can really see me? Please, I want you to give my friend a message. I want you to tell him that somebody killed me.
What do you mean by disastrous?
Why is he reacting like this? What's going on here? Clarissa, I have a follow-up report regarding Nishida.
Go on ahead.
Clarissa, we have a problem.
The police paid a visit, did they? I suppose they wanted to confirm Nishida's employment status here.
How'd you know? Huh? Did she really get all of that right?
My, they certainly are good at this. Yes, much like when it was Hosorogi's turn.
Now then. I can only hope there isn't so much trouble finding it this time.
Open up my heart and hear him out, huh? But still, what do I say to the fake polka? And how do I even bring it up? And what if, in the process, Miss Sayo should find out what I really am?
A clan of assassins, huh? And what does that have to do with sharks?
On second thought, I don't need to worry about her. The police. Now that I'm mixed up with Solitaire, it could be trouble if they're here about him.
Okay then. We'll use Solitaire to break the ice and then go from there.
If Takumi Kuria is inside, I don't see this taking very long. And I have a sneaking suspicion that he will be.
Just play it cool.
Make way, will you?
1 second, please.
Who are you exactly? The locals.
And as for you?
We're on assignment from HQ. Now stand aside, all right?
Afraid I can't. If this is about the Solitaire case, I'm one of the lead investigators.
It's something else entirely. Orders from the top.
Huh?
Yeah, there was a pretty nasty mugging yesterday evening. And according to a reliable source, the perp's been laying low in this building. He works for a bar that's pretty close to here. Yotokoro.
Oh.
If you're in community safety, you must know it.
Look at that, the fun's already started.
What's he doing here?
Someone you know, I take it?
Yeah. You know the organization I lost? That's the cop who crushed it. Should have realized I couldn't plan for everything with only information from on high.
Well, I could have told you that. Even we Agakuras can run into trouble when our clients don't give us enough info. Of course, for me, that's what makes it interesting.
I guess I'd better do some investigating of my own.
You got any handy connections?
Funny you mention it. I used to have a skilled information specialist on my side. But my rival in Shinjuku snagged him out from under me.
Shit! Those aren't local cops! Huh?
Who's that? Be right there.
We're the police. Who's in charge here?
I'm the owner and operator of this fortune-telling business.
We're about to launch a search of this entire building. Kindly vacate the premises immediately. This man's a suspect in a mugging case. Do you recognize him?
What did he say? Me?
No.
We have reason to believe he may be hiding in this building. We're counting on your cooperation.
I understand.
No way! I didn't do anything wrong!
Oh, mugger. Now of all times? In the same building where Solitaire was recently spotted? There must be a connection. I need to check out that mugger's background. Sir, I'd like to take a look at that mugger's photo too, if you wouldn't mind.
You work here, young lady?
Yes!
Huh? Hey!
Polka. I recommend you use your magic to search the basement right away.
Why?
I have a bad feeling. This sequence of events. It's exactly like when I was killed here 5 years ago. If my intuition is correct, then there's something down
I found it.
What?
Yeah. That guy Nishida's corpse is in the basement. No good. If a body is discovered here, so much for peace.
So that's their game. You know, you're pretty cold when children or your friends aren't involved.
You wield death with far too kind a touch. That's all the more reason why you should draw clear boundaries. I strongly encourage you not to overestimate or underestimate the reach of your power. If you do, you're certain to lose a great deal. You can take my word for that.
Yes, those words are true, but...
No, it wasn't me, I promise!
At this moment, I feel like my hands can stretch a bit farther.
There's nothing here. Just an empty room. I was sure we were gonna find him hiding in here.
Well then?
Sir, he wasn't in the basement.
Interesting. What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. In that case, maybe he's upstairs.
Or he could have already made his escape. If he isn't here in the building, we'll check the cameras nearby.
Yeah, right.
So the big store at Sakuradamon has started stocking up. The Shinjuku market will turn volatile. This could very well affect the price of hitmen.
The police? In Polka's building?
Yep. Not local cops. Probably from HQ.
What of Polka's group?
They're outside.
It's a good thing the rain let up.
I'm scared, darling.
Yeah, okay.
There's a secret passage under the basement floor. That's right. I found it when I searched the place a while back. It seemed like it was connected to another building. There were no signs of recent use, though, so I didn't worry about it. Secret passages were pretty common in the Empire. But now one thing's become clear to me. Somebody is trying to ensnare this building in a trap. And whoever it is, they're either targeting us or the property owner herself, Clarissa.
Anyway, one more question.
Yes. Something told me I was gonna find you here. Takumi Kuria. Should we go over?
As much as I'd love to, no. After all, Kocho's here.
She's a reporter for the Weekly Dry now, isn't she? Guess she's doing a story on Polka Shinoyama.
Everything's proceeding peacefully at this point, so we can afford to hang back and watch. Not sure about the guys in uniform that came with the HQ team, though. They Shinjuku precinct? I don't buy the premise of HQ coming out over a mugging to begin with. And then, this story that not only is the perpetrator one of Clarissa's bartenders, but he hid out in a building she owns? I'd sure be curious to know where that came from.
You think the info's no good?
The timing is too convenient. In fact, it's so perfect I'd almost believe Solitaire set it up. But here's the thing. 5 years back, after Hosorogi disappeared, I received a text that said, "I've found important evidence here." Hosorogi! I got here as soon as I could, and when I arrived, all that was waiting for me was a blood splatter. One that matched Hosorogi's DNA.
I see.
Kozaburo Arase. If he's involved in all this, well, I'll have to put a lot more effort into disguising myself, for one thing. Somehow I don't think the hat's gonna cut it. Momoya, what is it?
Perhaps destiny is real after all. Something strange is going on here.
And what might you be doing?
Taipei.
I believe your current assignment is to guard Ms. Sayu.
I know. I'm on my way back to her now.
You no longer have even a sliver of value to the Lei family. At the very least, see that you throw your life away properly in your role as a human shield.
I don't need this. You see, I was done with the Leis long ago. So your condescending lectures mean nothing to me anymore.
Are you sure? In the absence of your family ties, you're absolutely nothing and nobody. You should take more care in how you express yourself.
Let go of me, Taipei.
Howdy doodle.
Oh, Sakimiya!
Hey, are those groceries? Allow me.
Oh, no.
I should warn you, it's kind of a mess in there right now.
Shark merch! You are totally awesome!
I'm very happy to know they bring you pleasure.
I could never have too many of these!
Oh, excuse me.
Do you need something? Don't worry. I'm on the same side as the Shinoyamas.
But that's not quite the same thing as being on Polka's side, wouldn't you agree? Anyway, this is Shinjuku. You never know who you'll run into here, so you better watch out.
Curious. Why does her life force seem so faint? You never know, eh? I see. This place is truly the underworld.
Now I wonder who this girl might be. She's no amateur. My guess is she's killed at least 10 people.
Yeah, in all likelihood, I'd say she's a Shinjuku assassin.
Well, now.
Kozaburo Arase, the heir of the Shinoyamas, members of the Lei family, and Takumi Kuruya. The last person I expected to see.
To think I was actually afraid this was going to be a boring job. The way it's shaping up, this'll be one I can sink my teeth into.
They're leaving?
The reporter headed out too.
Yeah, I bet we're the least of her worries today.
Now listen, I want you to drop this story.
Huh? Why would you say that?
Because that building is bad news. There have been rumors surrounding it for decades. 5 years ago, the blood of a high-ranking cop who'd gone missing was found there. Now a search to track down a mugger who's supposedly hiding out? I don't like it. This isn't a job for a cub reporter. Hand it off to a veteran like Himura.
No way. This story is all mine.
If I force the issue, she'll just take a paid vacation and investigate on her own.
I pulled it off, Chief. Crack the case wide open, Chief. Got the photos to prove it, see, Chief?
Still, I don't want to go so far as to fire her over it. Fair enough. We'll compromise then. You can cover the occult story on this fortune teller, the corpse god. But you have to agree that you're not going to go poking around anywhere else. Stick to the fortune telling, and that's it. Come on, wipe that look off your face. Hey, you do a good job investigating this story, and there's no telling what it might lead to.
Yeah, okay, but...
Now, what do you mean, but? Your instincts said Polka Shinoyama's at the heart of this. Don't you believe in it?
You really ought to know me better than that, Chief. I'm gonna make sure Polka Shinoyama's the center of the story no matter what I have to do. Wait and see!
Uh-huh. But don't falsify evidence or anything, okay?
I have the items you requested. Here you are.
Awesome, thanks.
So, tell me, what'd you have him bring you?
I guess you could say it's my rent payment.
Monostones!
Those babies are uncut gems.
I sent Zhao Yu around to a bunch of stores and had him buy them for me.
Sure it's okay?
Don't sweat it. I think it's the least I can do, considering you saved the real Polka.
Miss Sayo knows that Polka's an imposter? What does she mean when she says he saved the real one, though? And what could he be planning to do with all those gemstones?
So, got any ideas about what you're gonna do with all these?
Good question. I believe this will be enough to pull off one big task. In fact, the truth is I already have one in mind. Namely...
What's going on?
The bigger question here is, what do we do next? I fill Clarissa in on everything, but how do we handle the dead body in the tunnel?
Huh? A dead body?
For now, I should make sure there's no chance of anyone finding it.
It's probably Nishida, one of the bartenders who works for Clarissa. Speaking of which, I sent Urai back over there while the police were investigating.
Huh. The victim worked at Clarissa's bar?
The cops showed up right after Nishida's body got dumped. So then, does that mean the police are working with whoever killed the guy? Huh? Holy crap! We'll pick this up later. You guys handle this while I slip out the back! Give me a call if you learn anything new. Bye!
Bye?
Wow, looks great!
Your cooking talent continues to astound me.
It's all part of the job.
You do it very well.
Yo!
Hello.
Guess we interrupted dinner. Sorry.
And are you detectives trying to track down that mugger too?
I wish. Sorry to say, we're still investigating Solitaire. Now, why don't I go ahead and cut to the chase? You're already well aware of it, aren't you? His reason for coming here?
Solitaire's reason for coming here. I can't see how this officer would know anything about that symbol. Sorry, but I'm afraid I haven't got a clue.
Polka? Remember how I drew something and showed it to this detective? Well...
To the best of my knowledge, there's only one thing linking you and Solitaire, and that's the symbol painted on those blimps, which leads me to believe you're in touch with an old friend of mine. I'd like to see him if possible. Hosorogi.
From the sound of it, you've had suspicions about my fortune-telling from the very beginning. If you truly have so little faith in me, I don't see how we can establish a trust, and that's all I'll say about...
Hey, don't think you can brush me off this late in the game.
I feel it. Slowly but steadily, there's a danger closing in on me. I'm not sure how far my hands can reach. Some souls may well slip through my fingers. I'll have to be careful.
It's time that we come clean with each other, kiddo.
Dinner.
I wonder, is it possible you can prove you haven't been drawn into the dark side of the police? The answer you seek lies in the paper that guided you. If you still have faith even now, then keep pursuing it. There, those are the words of the one you'd like to see.
Oh boy, way too much excitement for one day. To start with, I'd better get my info in order. Huh? I'm not expecting any deliveries. It's not Odyssey, is it? Ikuto? Here? No way. Why now, of all times? Someone's being antisocial. Won't you answer the door? Poor Higudo is so lonesome. He might even cry. Having said that, it's entirely possible you'll end up shedding more tears than he does.
Appreciate it. Be right there.
So, Shinoyama really is in contact with Inspector Hosorogi.
Hard to say, but whether he is or isn't, what he says is true. Right now, the priority is following the lead represented by that piece of paper.
Then why not act immediately?
Trust me, I'd love to, but we risk revealing our plans if we move too rashly.
Can't even trust our own. It really complicates matters, doesn't it?
You said it. I'm starting to understand why Hosorogi decided to disappear. Damn. Had to start raining again.
Long time no see.
So what do you want from me now?
You don't like me, do you?
No kidding! I'm sure it hasn't escaped your attention that I work for Clarissa now.
Of course not. That is precisely why I'm here. Figured out yet?
It was you that made Nishida a mugger.
Ding, ding, ding. Before you said that, you paused for a brief moment, didn't you? So you could choose your words. It was a tough call. You couldn't quite make up your mind whether you should go with mugger or corpse.
Then I was right. It really was you.
You did know about the body, huh? Pain's a good thing. It dulls a person's judgment. Makes them fall for leading questions they'd normally be way too smart for. Especially if they happen to be desperately afraid of pain, like yourself. How did you manage to hide the body? I'm curious. Because, see, the thing is, my employer's determined to expose everyone associated with that building. So it's kind of important for a mugger's corpse to be found there.
You sure it's a good idea to blab all that?
Why shouldn't I? What difference does it make what you know? You're clever enough to realize you're out of options at this point.
Higudo? Actually, he might not be. What the hell?
Hey, where's Misaki?
Oh, she had to go pick up Takumi. Clarissa called and asked her to.
Shinjuku's intermediary. She must have figured out what I was up to.
Hey, is this some kind of trick? Someone of your size shouldn't be able to overpower me.
I'm a growing girl, you know!
Missed me by that much. anyone jump over me before. To be perfectly honest, that was a pretty close one for sure.
Misaki, hey, Misaki.
This is no good. It could start a feud between Shibuya and Shinjuku.
Sounds fun. If it means I get to fight more people like her, then I say bring it on.
Can't agree with you there. Yes. Please forgive me. There was a slight irregularity. I'll give you a full report later. Under the aegis of Sabaramond, we cannot fail.
Hey, are you sure that was the best way to use those gems?
Yes. After all, there's only so much I myself can do. That's why I decided to use the first stones I got. And Misaki and her evolution. I don't just want to extend the reach of my protection. I want allies who can protect people with me. Misaki is no longer a zombie, but rather a vampire larva.
Isn't that something? I got killed, but I didn't die. How weird. I think maybe now I'm finally beginning to understand what it means to be a whole new me. Nah, I haven't changed. I was always like this. That is to say, inhuman.
You don't smile, do you? You'd look lovely if you did.
I want to, but it's been so long, I forgot how.
Everybody smiles for different reasons, though. Why don't you try doing something that puts a smile on someone else's face? That could work.
That puts a smile on someone else's face? I know.
What is it? I can help you try it.
Killing people.
We've got a stowaway.
Oh? Who's there?
Whoopsie daisy! They're gone. But I'll catch up. What the? Oh boy! Apparently flying up into the air is slightly more complicated! Aha! I found you! Okay, that was a close one. But wow! This is truly incredible, Polka! Even though this body is new to me, it still does exactly what I want it to do! Being a vampire rocks! I'm loving it! Hey, Clarissa, you should see me right now. I found something other than killing people that makes me smile! Who would ever guess that a rescue mission could turn out to be such a good time? Or that facing someone way stronger than me could be so totally thrilling!
It's no use, Takumi. I know you're awake. Although, if you did nod off, I could peel the skin off your arms to wake you.
I'm awake. Just give it a rest with the pain thing.
Well, isn't that a relief? It would have been pretty bad to lose face in front of an Agakura.
Wait, you're telling me that beanpole over there's an Agakura?
Beanpole, is it? What a quaint turn of phrase. Having said that, I can't deny that I'm the tallest one in my family. Speaking of, I guess we're more famous than I thought. Go figure.
But of course you are. The whole underworld's aware of the collection of whack jobs known as the Agakuras. Never mess with the Crazy Bones Kagura gang, or the Agakura family, you hear me? It was you who said that, Higuro.
I did, and I meant it too. Which is why I decided to pay quite handsomely to get the Agakuras on my side. Much as you've made allies of the Heilei.
The Heilei?
You don't seem to be playing dumb. Perhaps the Shinoyama's trust in you isn't as great as I'd assumed.
What do you mean?
You know that black-haired boy residing in your building? He's an assassin on the Shinoyama payroll.
I wanted to plant a listening device at Takumi's, so I could find out more about that dead body. But what's one of them doing here? And Agakura. The Agakuras are off limits. No, I'm not a Haley anymore. Maybe I'll save that guy, and in so doing put the fake polka in my debt.
All right then, let's continue our chat from earlier. I'll pick up where I left off. Seems you're all out of options.
Hey, he still has 2 options left, doesn't he? Either cooperate or die.
Oh no, not in his case. Right, Takumi? Faced with the prospect of imminent death, you'll sacrifice the present without a thought. This thing sitting on your head is proof of that. As a child, you believed in the goodness of people, but society and your parents let you down. After that, you became convinced that evil was the way to go, so you joined up with the Sanzu Sons. But Arase crushed them, upending your worldview a second time. The concepts of good and evil don't feel real to you anymore, do they? In fact, you've developed a reality phobia. In a stubborn bid to protect your peace of mind, you pretend everything you see through those cameras of yours is a game. A resourceful approach, really. Good for you.
You're quite an expert on me, aren't you?
I always valued your ability to gather intelligence. I would have liked to recruit you again given the chance, but Kuraki seems to be very attached to you. Now, what were you getting up to in that notorious building? I'd appreciate it if you tell me that and so much more besides. You don't want to get a game over, do you?
He's still not answering his phone.
Can we really trust that guy? I haven't been sure about him for a while now.
The leash of fear has always kept him in line. But I can't guarantee he'll remain loyal if something scares him more than we do.
So, if he gets caught, it could spell trouble. We should have rigged him with a self-destruct mechanism.
Actually, I think things have worked out perfectly.
Huh?
He needed something else shackling him other than simple fear. A new and different connection, besides the one he has with us.
What to do? I'm at a real loss. Sure, a game over's scary, but rolling over for you here and now and getting a bad ending doesn't seem much better.
It's alright, don't worry. All I did was graze you. You know, it's funny. Most movies treat being shot in the arm or leg as a fairly minor injury. But in the real world, you'll still bleed out if the shot hits a major artery. Listen, you and I both know you're going to talk in the end. I can't imagine there's any secret that's worth more to you than your own life.
There's no secret I have that's more valuable to me than a friend's life.
Oh yeah, I get it now. Higuro?
Ooh, ready to talk, are you?
Okay, here's the truth. Nobody likes a guy who nitpicks movies to death for being unrealistic.
He's right, you know.
Do you think I'm bluffing? Something feels off here. It's as if he's afraid of pain, but fearless in the face of death itself.
If I die, press continue for me, Polka!
By the way, I had shumai for lunch. I only ever eat them with mustard, though. Feeling more talkative?
You know, I want to dig my heels in a bit, because if I don't, well then how am I ever gonna get anywhere?
If only this sense of determination had shown itself when Arase was threatening you. I could try this with someone else. Like, for instance, let's see. Oh, I know. That girl who's always got her arms wrapped around a plush shark.
Seriously? Do you know who that girl is? If you mess with her, you're crossing the Shinoyamas.
Don't worry. The higher-ups will step in on my behalf if necessary.
Higher-ups?
So be at peace as you lie there, writhing in pain. Because even if you should die, there's more where you came from.
I found a reason to save him. If Miss Sayo is next on your list after he dies, then she's safe for as long as he stays alive. Oh. I found a reason to kill you, too. If you mean to do the Shinoyama's harm, then you and I are enemies!
A mugging in Shinjuku? Yes, they searched for the culprit in the building where Solitaire appeared. Well, this is the first I'm hearing about any kind of... Wait just a second. You said the building where Solitaire appeared? But that's... where Hosorogi... Alright, I'll look into it and see what I can find out. But you keep your emotions in check. Because if you go off the rails, I won't be able to cover for you. I'll be just fine, sir. This guy'll keep me in line even if he has to punch me out.
Come on in.
This is a fine chair. I dare say it's fit to bear the weight of your responsibilities.
If you're looking to turn yourself in, you've come to the wrong place. Phantom Solid.
Everyone has a private face as well as a public one. For some, the deception is deliberate. For others, not so much. Some people's designs seem to change every time you flip them over. And then, every once in a while, there are those whose front and back sides are identical, both wild. Cards such as these have a particular tendency to wind up in the same hand.
Hold still for a second.
Thanks. I appreciate it. So, is it true that you're with the group called the Hale?
I know you have questions, and so do I. But they'll have to wait.
Stretchy fingers? Good for you. You know your limitations, champ. Your legs are shaking. And speaking of which, what's with those arms and legs of yours? Pardon my curiosity, it's just that unless I'm very much mistaken, your severed limbs still reside in my eldest sister's collection. Now, if it's a rematch you're interested in, that's between you and her. But we know all about your Hale bag of tricks.
Don't misunderstand. I'm no longer with the Hale. And this shaking isn't because I'm scared.
Shivering with anticipation?
This is the growl of a savage beast.
Now I get it. I must say, I'm really enjoying myself right now. Your fighting style is nothing like that of the Hayley. And yet, your use of malice and misdirection in combat couldn't be more like them. Bingo! Close, but no cigar. Only missed by a hair. Targeting Higuro at this moment is exactly what a Hayley would do. Must be that stubborn Hayley karma. I guess you weren't quite able to escape it, were you? Momoya! Huh? Misaki!
Sakimiya.
Gotcha! So you are on our side, Xiaoyu. I had a feeling you were. It's nice to be sure, though.
Hey, come on, put me down already!
What's going on here? I was there when Momoya killed that girl. Could she be something beyond this world's laws? I was told to report anything I saw matching that description in the course of carrying out my orders. But I never imagined it would actually happen. More importantly, though, will I be able to get out of here alive?
Okay. I get what's happening here, even if I can't put my finger on how. The girl I definitely killed is alive and well and all powered up. The world really is going to hell after all, isn't it? It's so scary and creepy. But honestly, more than anything else, it's fun. So, let's get on with it. Time to lay everything on the table. And see who's got the best trump card.
Sorry to change the subject, but those long legs of yours are absolutely gorgeous. You could totally be a model.
You're trying to seduce me, aren't you?
You know, that's what my big sisters always say I should do. Since you're such a weakling, you ought to take advantage of your looks and use them to distract your opponent.
He's fast. Wait, he barely moved from that spot. Sakimiya's keeping up with him.
That was a close call. Almost got me that time.
Okay, so what's the plan, Xiaoyu? Do you want to take him on as a team? Or are you the type of guy who feels like fighting one-on-one makes you look cooler? Because I'm fine either way.
Now this is highly mysterious. That slash was timed perfectly and should have cut right through you.
My. What could have happened?
Something's been bothering me. Sakimiya. Why doesn't she have a heartbeat?
Anyway, as you were saying, Misaki's become a vampire larva?
Yes, or almost a vampire. See, I altered the connection between her body and soul, making her more like a vampire in a physical sense. In her evolved form, she's gained the ability to regenerate herself at a heightened rate. Oh, and the power to turn into bats.
Damn him. With those long legs, he uses his footwork and posture to mislead his opponents. His looks really are a distraction. Even the colors on his jacket are a calculated effort to create the illusion that his arms and torso are stretching.
Still awake? I'd love to know what else you have to show me.
Hey, that thing where it looks like your arms are stretching? Mind if I give it a try?
Oh, thinking of throwing your crowbar at me, are you?
Behold, no tricks. Nothing up my sleeve!
What was that?
Oh, come on. She's not even hiding it.
What a shame.
end, I couldn't quite cut you in half.
That wasn't the result of centrifugal force. The crowbar tore into me with a will of its own. Tell me, might you be Solitaire's apprentice by any chance?
Hey, there's something else I've been thinking about. Don't you think it's time to clue Zhao Yun on everything that's going on?
Yes, you're right. As soon as he gets back, I'll sit him down and explain. Is something the matter, Hosorogi?
The table we're playing at is already awash in wild cards. A hand like this one can't possibly win the game. Therefore, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it's high time the players look up from their cards and take a good hard look at each other's faces.
What's this? Hello?
I can't believe I got through to you.
Mind telling me who this is?
You're leaving yourself wide open. Didn't I always tell you to change phones and numbers regularly?
No way. Hosorogi, it's you?
How are the Shinoyamas tied to that building? Let's see now. It's the owner Lisa Kuraki, granddaughter of the industrialist Louis Kuraki. Inherited her parents' assets when they disappeared, and got caught up in a kidnapping case while in high school. Hold on. About that kidnapping case. It was solved by the very same cop who disappeared in that building.
Hosorogi? Hosorogi, are you still there?
Settle down. What are you thinking, yelling out my name? What if someone overhears you?
Okay, but it really is you?
Yes, though I've lost the ability to speak like most people. No, actually, the truth is it was taken from me.
I've got to see you. Is there anywhere we could meet?
You're a very smart man. You're already well aware that won't be possible. But at the same time, I can hardly expect you to understand my situation under these circumstances.
This looks kind of...
You're right, I don't understand. For one thing, the old you would never have gotten a high school kid involved in all this.
Ah, you mean Polka Shinoyama. Look, the old me is dead. The Miyabi Hosorogi of today is one you wouldn't recognize in a million years.
The crazy part is all of that is literally true.
That should give you some indication of the kinds of enemies we've made. Anyway, you still have the note, right?
I do.
I packed it full of clues top to bottom for you. But we can't afford to take our time anymore. I'm gonna give you the bare minimum you need to know. Since Clarissa's about to get dragged back into this. If the enemy is back in motion, then we'll have to get ready to counter them.
Clarissa, huh? She's a criminal herself, you know.
Right here and now, that's irrelevant. You don't have to agree, but let's table that discussion for another time.
All right, you win. We'll have a nice long talk about it later. Now then, go ahead and tell me what I need to know.
The identity of the final suspect I narrowed it down to. The mastermind at the heart of the infection that's taken root in the police force is...
If that's a joke, it's not funny.
Interesting. And am I one of these players? These masterminds to whom you refer?
Goodness, I'd say your position as head of the police more than earns you a seat at the table, don't you agree?
As Superintendent General, I am but one supervisor among a great many others. The true head of the organization, if any, would be the National Police Agency. Or even higher than that, the National Public Safety Commission and the Prime Minister himself. Furthermore, according to popular sovereignty, the Prime Minister answers to the citizens.
Listen, I think you misunderstood what I was trying to...
Which would mean each and every person in the country is a player in this little game of yours.
Indeed.
Everyone must be considered to be a player, a pawn, and a cog within the machinery. Why, even Prime Minister Kubikigawara became a pawn in that stunt of yours, didn't he?
That takes me back. Though I must admit, I wasn't expecting one offhand remark to earn me such a bombastic lecture. Do you think that by blowing smoke, you can obscure the truth from my eyes?
So, you insist on thinking I'm some kind of mastermind? In that case, why reveal yourself to me? What is it you're after?
You're saying you don't know? Of course, you could never begin to guess my plan, Mr. Superintendent General, for one simple reason. Because I have no plan whatsoever, and am totally winging it right now. An unknown entity ordered my assassination. It seemed to me the one behind it must be a big shot, so I decided to rattle one at random. Now what?
Okay, you got any other ideas? Nice arm stretching trick, but I don't think he's going to fall for it again.
Yeah, I agree. That guy's pretty impressive.
Huh? Wait, but if I actually do that...
Just trust me, okay?
Fine, but don't blame me if you die.
Oh, wow. Are you really worried about me? That's so sweet.
Hey, are you finished with your little strategy meeting?
All done. Thanks so much for waiting.
I wasn't being thoughtful. I wanted to take a moment as well. Now, time for you to concentrate on your next trick, while I concentrate on stealing myself. I knew it. Her clothes are cut. My blade is reaching her after all, in which case... I've got you now!
And I've got you now.
Am I dreaming right now? Who cares? Not like it makes any difference.
They did it! They beat Inagakura! How about that?
I'm glad we were able to pull it off, but... what in the world just happened?
Wait for that guy to grab me and then go ahead and stab through me to get him.
It was too dark to see clearly, but for some reason Sakimiya looked and sounded like fluttering bats.
Hey, we did it!
It's not over! Higuro's gotta...
It's fine. He already ran away.
Talk about a lifesaver. Leave it to Momoya, cutting loose and becoming the center of attention. I'm truly grateful to you. And hey, if you were able to beat those two, I'd love to work with you again sometime. And if not, well, rest in peace. Don't worry, your sacrifice will not have been in vain. Promise. Oh yeah, I saw something beyond this world's laws, didn't I? Better report in.
Not going to answer?
It's a personal call, so they'll have to wait till I'm off duty.
Ah, I see. What is this, one of your lessons? That anyone could be dirty, even an old friend?
Hopefully you'll laugh about it someday. But you know, Tsubaki, when you're in the police, everyone in the force is one of your own. Everyone, whether they're a total stranger or even a longtime partner. Once an officer comes under suspicion, you can't afford to make any distinctions.
I'm convinced now. Sure enough, you really are Hosorogi. You say the old you is dead. Truth is, he's still alive inside of me. Sorry, but I'm not gonna let you slip away so easily.
Suit yourself. I gotta go. I'll be in touch.
Oh, hey, let me ask you one more thing. Ever consider the possibility that I'm a spy for your prime suspect?
Have you forgotten who you're talking to? If you're a spy, I'll take it upon myself to shoot you between the eyes.
Fair enough. Number withheld, so I can't call back.
If you want, we could always try trumping up a warrant. Maybe we could get it revealed.
Absolutely not. I don't want to alert the bad guys.
Well, that's a relief. You're still yourself, huh?
Of course I am. Heck, if anything, I've got my old edge. Calling back already? Maybe you forgot something.
The question. I've just finished a job. Now who am I?
Huh?
Hint 1. My name is Tina Soromura.
Solitaire?
That's correct! I can't believe you were able to get it after only one hint. What intellect! What sheer sagacity! As a prize, I'll share something interesting with you.
Cut the games.
Are you sure you don't want to hear? Even if it has to do with the mastermind you just discussed with Inspector Hosorogi? Act boldly from time to time, and you'll gain things you never expected. Yes, believe me, I know.
Thanks. Sorry to trouble you. I didn't want to involve you any more than necessary, but then, once they showed up here, I had no choice.
Poor Iwanome, though. Imagine how excited he must feel now that he believes you're still alive. That was an awfully cruel trick to play on him.
Can't argue with you there. I always figured I'd come to an unpleasant end, and that's exactly what happened. Well, for now, I've dealt Iwanome the best hand I could. I only hope he plays it as well as I think he will.
Hosorogi was one thing, but now you're putting your faith in Solitaire.
No, I don't trust a single word from him. But as I've said before, whether they're true or false...
The words people blurt out always mean something. That right?
I stole that one from Hosorogi.
Hey, pick up the phone already.
Sure you don't want to get that?
Sorry, just a moment. Don't call me at work, jeez. You know better.
I have a report that's highly urgent. The schoolgirl from that building. I know we killed her, and yet she's still alive. To use your words, she's something beyond this world's laws. Also, I ended up crossing the Shinoyamas on this job, so I'm gonna lie low for a bit. You are going to protect me from them, aren't you?
Have no fear. Your position is secure under the aegis of Sabarimond and will remain so. You've done well, Iguro.
What's going on?
Come on! You know full well I can't be taking calls from reporters inside HQ!
Sorry! Please forgive me for calling my own brother! Listen, Ron. When Hosorogi died, one person rose through the ranks suspiciously fast.
Honestly, I'm shocked. It was you who saved me from getting the axe. I considered you like family, and you stabbed me in the back. I've had my own screw-ups, but saying your contact's name was beyond careless. Senior Commissioner Habaki.
That guy still isn't moving. What should we do?
I vote we just steer clear of him.
Anyway, it's all over now, isn't it?
Wait, Habaki of all people? This better not be some kind of joke. Listen, don't say anything to Iwa.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed at this time because the number you have dialed is not in service or is outside the service area.
It's time for a serious talking to. Momo, dear. How could you ignore an important call from your big sister?
woman, is it? It's beginning to look like my hunch was actually correct. I wonder who it could be that's attempting to get in touch with you. You don't suppose it's the would-be assassin who fired upon me?
Your hunch. Right. You haven't got anything to go on, have you? You're simply trying to bait me into giving something away.
Maybe. And so what?
I'm not going to fall for your show of bravado. However, perhaps this situation can be of use to me. Answer it.
Huh? It's not some kind of bomb, is it?
Press the red button to answer the call.
Why did it have to be a red button?
Have I caught you at a bad time?
Hey, I recognize that voice.
Relax. There's someone here, but you can say whatever you have to say to both of us.
Yes, I understand. He's already one of my customers, after all. I thank you for your continued patronage, Mr. Solitaire.
The grocer!
So, what do you have to report?
All the items in your order are now ready for delivery. Communications records from the police department. I'll direct your attention to the two I think you'll find of particular interest. The first is ongoing even as we speak. It seems Inspector Tsubaki Iwanome is conversing with former IA Inspector Hosorogi.
Fascinating. Hosorogi of all people.
Hosorogi. He's alive then, is he?
I will transmit a record of the call to you presently. As for the second item, Senior Commissioner Habaki has been in regular contact with the Shibuya intermediary.
Now that, on the other hand, I was expecting. Thanks for your work.
Please come again.
My goodness. A direct line of communication with the grocer. Might you consider selling it to me?
No.
Well, I heard you were broad-minded, Superintendent General. But going so far as ordering a convicted criminal to spy for you...
Oh, but of course. Haven't you ever asked yourself why he was allowed so much freedom, albeit within the confines of his cell? Anyway, your mastermind is Senior Commissioner Habaki. You should be able to determine his location using our security cameras. How you use that knowledge is entirely up to you.
I see! In other words, you're all too happy to have me do your dirty work for you.
Was that not your intention? To pursue your shooter and uncover whatever forces are behind him?
I need one more thing. And I'm willing to pay for it, of course.
What would that be?
The cellular telephone number of Inspector Tsubaki Iwanome.
It's Solitaire!
Hey, Takumi.
Great, I got through. We'll be back as soon as we can. Be on your guard till then. I got a lot to fill you in on. But we've been slightly delayed.
You hear that?
I've had my screw-ups, but saying your contact's name was beyond careless. Senior Commissioner Habaki. I don't know what you're talking about. Just now, we both heard you say Higuro.
Exactly what business do you have with the Shibuya intermediary?
Well, you see, Furthermore, who or what is Sabaramond? You know, I sincerely felt indebted to you. Wait. Hold on.
Sabaramond is... He said it. I heard him. Didn't you? He said Sabaramond.
The hell's up with these guys?
He said it. He said it. That's right. It's definitely true.
We heard him say it.
He said it.
He said it.
He said it.
He said it. He said it. Sabaramond. He said it. He said it. No mistake. None. He's a bastard. Bastard, child. of Sabra.
Hey, boss.
Huh? What? What's going on here? No way!
The luck of the draw's really been with you, boss. First you pull lemmings and then solitaire. Now the fire-breathing bug.
This so-called luck might just cost me the game. Damn it.
I think of my old country home. Correct. Here now, my feeble little bugs. Kindly scatter and withdraw, won't you? My brother is a fool, but he is not a bastard. Burning him would not singe the world one bit. I won't help you, but neither will I hinder you. I'll merely pity you, and offer my most fervent and sincere prayers that the revenge you've sought for so long finally come to pass. Now leave this place at once. Go. By request of no less than Majiri Agakara.
Who were they? Seemed like you knew them much.
Yes, indeed, they're friends of mine after a fashion. No use messing with the ones in raincoats. Trust me on that. Hard as you might try, you'd never be able to crush them all.
What's with them?
They don't appear to be paying any attention to us at all. I guess they've really got it in for Habaki.
No, I can't afford to be taken down now.
This is getting even weirder.
The secret to the fire-breathing bug's tricks.
That's right. If you aren't willing to surrender yourself, then you can just pay me back in information.
Very well, I'll give you a hint. The fire-breathing bug both is and is not one person. They're as close as you can get to something like a psychic or a wizard. But in truth, they're the personification of technology, outside the realm of common knowledge.
Hey! What is this? Arase! Grab a fire extinguisher!
You got it.
Hey! Why was the fire-breathing bug after you? Damn. Dealing with Solitaire's tricks is bad enough.
I was thinking, the work you guys do is pretty similar to a gamma knife.
And what was that again?
A gamma knife is basically a machine that burns away tumors by hitting them with hundreds of gamma rays coming from all sides. You find trails of evidence as thin as gamma rays, painstakingly follow them to the point where they converge, and burn criminals with the flames of judgment. Of course, misfire and they get off scot-free with some light singes.
That snide coroner accidentally said something helpful. The fire-breathing bug is probably firing off lasers or something. And where they converge... No. Writing messages so clearly from a distance? Impossible. Forget that. Set aside what's possible. Because everyone we've come up against so far has utterly redefined that word. Man. At this rate, we're gonna run into an absolute monster one of these days.
All right, let's get out of here. As far as we're aware, that asshole may have called in reinforcements.
What you want to do with this guy?
The people who were singing are gone. But what could have... Someone's coming. It might be another enemy.
Wow, he noticed us.
And here we were, trying so hard to be stealthy.
Yeah, meanwhile, Maj has gone completely unnoticed.
It's been far too long. A pleasure to see you again, my adorable little assassin.
arms. I can see that they're well made. But don't you remember what I told you, my darling boy? Simply become my little brother, and you can have your limbs back whenever you like.
I see then. You really are back in Japan. It was supposed to be an easy job. Small-time target, perfect for a first assignment. Nothing to worry about. But as it turned out, my target was in someone else's sights as well. Kill any and everyone in the building. Those were the orders that were given to me. I didn't hesitate. My blade took the woman's head off. Or at least, that was the plan.
I like how you go in for the kill. And you're pretty cute, too. Now, let me guess. You must be the Lei's latest killing machine. Right. I've just come to a decision. Tell me, want to become an Agakara?
I didn't have a clue what she was talking about. But what really baffled me was what came next.
The Heilei are truly despicable, you know? You must have experienced that firsthand.
Next thing I knew, my arms and legs were missing. Strange as it sounds, I don't think I bled that much.
You don't have to worry. I went ahead and fixed it so you won't die. Still, though, I wonder what the Heilei are going to do with you now. If you ever want my help, you need only call. When you do, I'll come running. What's more, I'll even return your limbs to you and welcome you into the family with an abundance of love and affection.
Oh boy. Sis certainly is fickle, isn't she?
True. Cutting off the boy's limbs is a new touch, though. I suppose she must really like him. Until we meet again, my adorable little assassin. Don't you forget my name.
Majiri Agakura.
Go ahead. What'll it be? After all, you just called out my name, didn't you? Which must mean you're ready to ask for my help.
Your help?
Become part of my family, and I give you my word that I'll slaughter every last one of those bothersome Heilei for you.
I do despise the Heilei clan, there's no point in denying that. And yet, it's not my blood I hate. Truly. And it isn't the techniques that I've inherited either. The thing is, I know where I belong. Not with the Heilei or the Agakuras. The blood that flows in me projects the Shinoyamas!
I miscalculated. It never occurred to me that the Shinoyamas might rescue you before I got the chance.
Seriously, Majiri? It's almost too much for me to bear. You carried a torch for nearly a decade and he turned you down?
Oh, Momo, you're alive, are you? I can't tell you how happy that makes me. Even so, it's not very nice to laugh at your big sister's heartbreak. I'll have to scold you later.
Good, because if you scolded me right now, it would kill me. Honest.
Are you telling me he was able to hurt you that badly? You've grown so strong, my adorable little assassin.
You're mistaken, sis. No, the one I lost to is the girl who's above you right now. You'd better watch out there, sis. This girl must have learned from Solitaire. She has some tricks up her sleeve.
Momoya's so small time. Definitely the 7th weakest of the Agakuras.
I believe that would put him squarely in the middle.
Oh, awesome! Thanks for that! I really appreciate it.
Tell me, what is your name?
Well, my name is Misaki. Misaki Sakimiya. Nice to meet ya.
Misaki Agakara. Has a nice ring to it.
Huh?
A question. Would you consider taking on the Agakara name?
As a middle name, yeah, definitely. No. It's much better if you make Saki Mia your middle name.
This conversation got real dumb real quick.
Honestly, that sister of mine really is so fickle.
What can I do? If left untreated much longer, my darling little brother is going to die. Kana.
Dahlia. Dahlia, take his weapon.
Today turned out to be a draw. Let's leave it at that and go our separate ways. I'm sorry for breaking your prosthetic arm. Tell you what, come pay me a visit, and I'll give you the original to make up for it. Until we meet again, dear Misaki.
Hey, listen. Should we let him go?
I couldn't stop them. Majiri, she took out one of my legs as well.
Yeah, I don't think I was up to it either. It's like this. Remember how Polka stabbed me that one time?
Huh? Oh, right.
Okay, well, as strong as Polka was back then, I think she's stronger.
I won't be able to take advantage of my position after this.
All right, Senior Commissioner, stand up.
Damn you. Do you realize what you've done? The fire-breathing bug knows what I look like now.
Some kind of powder. Hey, did you just swallow that?
At this point, it doesn't matter if I let myself cut loose.
Are you okay?
Yeah, thanks for catching me. How did he suddenly get so strong?
Whatever else might happen, I can't afford to die here.
Must be some kind of drug, I guess.
He's revealed his true colors. By now, it's probably fair to say we got you red-handed, yeah?
There's nothing red about me, or anything else in this world for that matter. There's not a single drop of color in it whatsoever. But soon, very soon now, the Great One is going to bore a hole. Just you wait and see!
What is he saying?
Maybe he's tripping balls. Moving on. You got any preference on who we deal with first?
I wonder if Takumi and the others will be okay.
It looks like there's lightning coming.
Yes, lightning. Huh. My understanding was that elementals were sparse in this world. But the density of lightning elementals is approximately the same as in the world I came from.
Lightning elementals? Would you be able to contract with them to perform magic?
Well, I'm certainly no elementalist. Generally speaking, it would be suicide for a non-specialist to draw on lightning elementals directly. But having said that, a handful of geniuses have managed to pull it off successfully.
Wonderful. Yes, the elementals of this land are indeed a delicacy.
Sorry, boss, but I wasn't able to make out a single word he just said! See? My ears are still ringing from all the loud thunder stuff!
Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. Still, I'm just so excited. I do suppose it may not be ideal that there are annoying bugs in the city too. But aside from that, everybody's so busy, aren't they? Remember the hands on the roof of that building? Who would have expected to see such a thing on this faraway island? Did they pry open a hole from the other side? Or could this be the whim of Ordon, the destructive wyvern?
Oh, are you sure you should display that symbol on your back?
What would be the point in hiding it? A local magician has already gone and let the cat out of the bag. Oh, I can hardly contain myself. The time has come to track them down and roll out the red carpet. proper welcome to our very first visitor from my homeland.
Honestly, what were you thinking snooping around in classified data from HQ?
Sorry, guess I really screwed up.
Is this about Inspector Hosorogi? Don't stick your neck out for someone who's no longer with us.
But, sir, I can't...
I'm telling you to face forward. For those who are gone as well.
About your daughter. I'm sorry.
Look, Iwanome. I'm living on. For her sake and mine. And I have every intention of seeing my job through to the bitter end.
You're something else, Habaki. All that talk about your daughter. Come clean with me. Was any of it true?
Of course. Every last word.
Yeah, hold on.
In fact, I traded my beloved daughter for my position. And you think I'll give it up so easily?
What the hell?
Hey, no need to get so worked up, boss. Still better than facing lemmings, right?
Yep, you got a point there.
Hey, Iwa! You okay?
Yatsu.
Got a bad feeling from an officer who passed by. I called in the troops from Comms 3. Hope that's alright.
You did good, but I'll have to thank you later.
Whoa!
Good heavens.
It's Mr. Habaki?
So what are we charging him with, sir?
You never miss a step, huh? It's about Hosorogi.
Oh, maybe I ought to thank the fire-breathing bug. Thanks to them, I made it in time.
Who's he on a call with now? That Higuro guy? Or could it be somebody else?
Arase! Here.
Good job. Keep it up. A gun? Here at HQ? Hey, it looks like he's aiming at... Pops, move it!
Well done.
Yes, sir.
See you on the other side of the sky!
Isn't that guy? Shit. Okay, listen. Is this for real? No!
Hey, what the hell's going on here, Iwa?
Pops and Yatsu, go after the senior commissioner.
Hey!
These guys again.
End of the road. I do not have any desire whatsoever to burn the righteous.
What the? Where am I?
Hey, why am I under
Iwa.
Ow. It's just like what happened back then. I don't believe it. And yet, is that the answer?
Did you figure something out?
The fire-breathing bug is one person, but they also aren't. It's a little hard to swallow, but could we be dealing with hypnosis?
I would say we split up and look around.
Sounds good. Crap. Not looking forward to hearing from Kocho later.
Okay, this is the place. I know it is.
Hi, Habaki.
Well. Hard to believe you're really sitting there before me. When did you arrive in Japan?
I got here earlier today. I was trying to find a hotel room, and then I heard you made an emergency call to HQ.
Goodness, I'm truly unworthy. And that blackout, was that you using your powers for my sake?
Please, there's no need for you to thank me. A job well done, whether in the past or future, deserves to be rewarded, I say. Which reminds me, you've given quite a lot to the organization, haven't you? That lab's so-called experiments were really no more than slaughter. I find it rather hard to imagine that anyone else would have given them his very own daughter.
Oh, you do honor me. I'm certain my darling daughter must be rejoicing in the hereafter.
Habaki, it seems there are 2 points on which you're mistaken. When I said a job well done, whether in the past or the future, deserves to be rewarded, I didn't mean you.
I don't understand.
Remember?
I just told you that there's no need for you to thank me. And that's because I intend to abandon you. Now then, our second misunderstanding. I believe the phrase "in the hereafter" only applies to people who are dead.
Long time no see, old man.
Are you Suara? But how? It can't be you!
Yes, it is. Zoara Habaki. The daughter you gave to the bastard children of Sabaramond. The troublesome love child you so conveniently disposed of. I never told you this because you never bothered to ask. But your daughter is officially the first person to ever survive the experiments. Good for her. Her codename is Arahabaki, and at this point, she outranks you. She made a special request of me. That she might personally execute the father who turned her into a lab rat.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you all this time, Daddy dearest.
No, wait!
And how much I'm looking forward to cutting up your body until it matches what they did to mine!
Damn you!
Family reunions. They are always so moving. Huh? Oh, hey Lulu.
Something wrong? Dear old Dad. Think about it this way. Compared to the decade of agony you put me through, this is nothing! But you know, I thought about it a lot, and finally decided that if you came to find out what happened to me, or check on how I was doing even one time, then I'd at least let you live! Gotta say, with all that's gone down, that was pretty nice, huh? Lucky for me, you're quite the heartless ass.
So, that's our target for today.
Yeah.
Please, I still have more to offer the organization. I'm so close to finding the sorcerer from the other side of the sky. All I need is a little more time. Can't you give me that?
Yeah, well, I'm not so sure you can pull it off.
I'm begging you, give me another chance.
You came a long way indeed by keeping your focus forward. But perhaps you should have looked back every once in a while. Like to Sohara.
Me?
And like this very moment.
What are you?
So did that get him?
A direct hit. And they said we could ignore anyone who's with him. But you know, shooting a middle-aged guy someone else already beat up, pretty lame for a supposed test of our skills. I wonder what the Shinjuku intermediary meant when she called it petty revenge.
We're going out. Get ready, won't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, boss, give me the order.
Alright. You have 3 minutes, Arahabaki. Sikut viz.
Uh-oh.
What's wrong?
We better clear out. We can hide out on the lower floor for a bit.
It's too late.
Huh?
She's already here.
Yo! You peeping Toms suck, you know that?
We're in trouble.
Yeah, this might be it for us.
Come on now. I only got to dish out half the punishment I had in mind for him. You stole my opportunity for revenge right out from under my nose. I really hope you're prepared to make it up to me. Good idea going for the eyes. Off you go! You voyeurs sure do like to travel in large groups, huh?
I remember you. Were you keeping an eye on us? Waiting to clean up if things went south?
Clarissa's too smart to send newbies off without a leash.
I was right. She is a bitch.
Watch yourself.
But we owe you one. So, thanks.
Now that's cute. That's cute as hell. Ha! Don't go thinking you can use your cuteness to get off the hook! I should warn you, I've got cuteness on my side, too. Huh? What the heck? Where'd the boss go? Hold up! Did my 3 minutes run out already?
shit! Seriously?
Clarissa. Sorry to trouble you so late. However, there's someone I simply must speak to. And I'll need your help to do so.
Lisa!
I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Sayo Shinoyama, isn't that right?
Yes, you've heard of me.
Only that you're a relative of Polka here.
Clarissa? They know about the corpse god. Not only Sayo, but Rozan as well.
Well, it's your business how much you reveal and to whom, but be careful. Somebody out there is after Polka Shinoyama, heir to the sizable Shinoyama family fortune. If that person learns the truth, trouble is sure to follow.
What is it?
The intermediary is currently meeting with Polka Shinoyama and your sister, sir.
Stand by for now. But if things threaten to turn violent, don't wait for my order.
I see.
Lisa Kuraki. What a bother.
I'll be careful.
I suppose this means I can make my request openly. Polka, or should I say corpse god, I'd like to borrow your powers. Could I ask you to come along with me?
That's fine with me, but it sounds like Takumi and the others ran into trouble, so I'd rather not leave Sayo alone.
Oh, that shouldn't present a problem. Young Miss Shinoyama's minding the house. You'll see that she remains safe until my people return, won't you?
Sly devil.
Solitaire sneaked in without incident. Officers of unsound mind suddenly turned violent. One among them went so far as to fire a gun at a coworker and then turn it on himself. And then someone caused a blackout, providing both Solitaire and Habaki with cover to escape. Well, our territory has been violated repeatedly within a single day.
Tell me, did you have your eye on Senior Commissioner Habaki from the beginning, sir?
He wasn't the only one I suspected. But for some time now, it's been my belief that there was a high-ranking mole lurking within the department. Actually, 5 years ago, we almost had him. But then, unfortunately, the person closest to the truth vanished along with all the evidence.
Wait, are you talking about...
Can you see anything?
Yes, I can. Someone who died recently. If you like, I'll make them visible only to us.
Please do so. Senior Commissioner Habaki, isn't it? I do believe you're looking more handsome these days. It may have taken me a while, but after all that's happened, I've finally managed to reach you.
Habaki!
Remember you. You're the one who made Hosorogi's body to disappear.
Yes, my apologies. You were trying to paint the picture that I killed him over a love affair gone wrong. And then I had to go and spoil it for you.
Habaki. It's true I had him on my list of suspects. When did he get killed, though? Did Lisa have him taken out? But why in a place like this?
You ground your lover's body to bits without hesitation, you monster.
Believe me, your disgust is the greatest compliment I could hope for. I have only one question to ask you. Who was it that told you to order Hosorogi's murder?
I can't tell you.
Well then, Polka.
Already on it.
All right. I suppose I'll tell you as a parting gift.
What's that? I cast a spell to guide his mental state. It's not brainwashing exactly. More like a play on his insatiable need for attention.
That's right. I made an offering. An extremely generous offering to none other than the bastard children of Sabaramond!
You know about him? About Sabaramond?
Wait a minute. That power? Don't tell me, is it really you? You're the sorcerer from the other side of the sky that I've been looking for?
He was trying to find
recognize me now, and then I'll be able to teach that foolish daughter of mine a much-needed lesson!
Daughter?
Yes, you heard me! Ah! I've offered everything in my possession to the Great One, even my very own daughter. She should be grateful I gave her the opportunity to die for the organization, for her beloved father! And yet she has the temerity to show up seeking revenge!
What's this? Habaki's memories made their way into my mind?
I'm sending you to someplace wonderful. Aren't you lucky?
They're reaching me by way of Polka. Polka? Fragments mixed in with Habaki's past. Polka's memories? No, the corpse gods, to be precise.
In the last war, so surely you can afford it. Huh? The fact of the matter is, I need the money to feed your mother and your younger siblings. Okay? Hey, come on, have a heart, will ya? Look, you might not mind if I starve, but you still care about the others, don't you? Sorry. Those guys in Nyanald said they'd give me more drugs if I killed you. How was I supposed to turn down an offer like that? If you want to hold a grudge against someone, blame them, huh? In all honesty, though, you really shouldn't take it personally. It's not just you. Your mom, too, as well as the little ones, all of them. How should I put this? They all sold for a great price. The whole family had the honor of helping me right to the bitter end. Aren't you lucky?
Huh? What's this?
Clarissa, I'm still fully in control. We really ought to get more information out of him. I'm well aware of that. But may I do as I please?
What are you doing?
In this whole wide world, only you can play at being the Grim Reaper. You're the corpse god, after all. Make him suffer.
Well, our dear friend, as a necromancer, how does it feel to become undead yourself?
This cursed object dissolves the body for the purpose of preventing resurrection. Only the rotten saint of the Geldwood Order would think to concoct something as hideous as this. Of course, it was also imbued with a soul-destroying spell. But unfortunately for them, I didn't raise your soul to be susceptible to such petty trickery. Never forget that I made you undead entirely on the basis of a momentary whim.
Really? Are we misremembering? Thank goodness we were able to finish the soul core before his brain broke down. You exclaimed, sounding greatly relieved.
I recall no such thing.
Is that so? Then might we also be misremembering you begging and pleading with Utsuro Juza to offer you his assistance? It was he who stalled the poison in the curse just before they reached the brain.
It appears your majesty is extremely confused. I would strongly recommend that you ask a healer to give your head a most thorough examination.
You're the worst, wicked old hag.
Who else would be so bold as to call our Imperial Majesty's sanity into question?
You can't offer your apprentice a single word of kindness, and then you call His Majesty crazy. How awful can you be? I'm right, aren't I? Tell me, Corpse God.
Now, Utsuro Juza, let us leave it there for now. Rest assured, we are quite sane. Although we came very close to losing our head with worry. All because you, our dear friend, went and got yourself stabbed and killed. What's wrong?
Voice production is difficult when one has only bones to work with. Still, I can tell you what he's feeling. He's deeply confused because your majesty is behaving as though nothing whatsoever has changed. He must have feared that his undeath would have a negative impact on the friendship between you.
Can this be true? You seem to be taking someone here a bit too lightly. Oh, did you think we meant us? We mean yourself. And if you have any thoughts of taking vengeance on your father, set them aside. You needn't sully yourself for a nobody like him. Never forget, dear friend, no matter what you may become in the future, fear not. We in our empire will always stand by you.
You have a word, Riz de Lucia Redrazov.
Gods don't play games. Even now, I believe that to be true. Only an immature being such as I would toy with lives out of emotion.
Remember what we told you. You needn't sully yourself for a nobody like him.
That's funny. I don't recall summoning you. Your Imperial Majesty.
boss! You said I could do whatever I wanted, remember? I had to scramble up the roof to catch up with you.
I also said you had 3 minutes, and unfortunately, they ran out.
What's the matter?
Oh, I just sensed something strange.
Strange how?
I dragged all of you into my problem.
This problem isn't yours alone anymore, Iwa. Although, if I'm being honest, I think you let your emotions get the better of you when it comes to Inspector Hosoragi.
Solitaire's involved after all, which means this was always a case for Comps 3.
She's not wrong. And the media's already gotten a hold of the Habaki case. I'm sure it's gonna be big news.
It's entirely possible they'll decide to go after you, sir. Perhaps it would be in your best interest to keep a low profile for a bit.
Yatsu? And Pops?
We apologize for letting Habaki get away from us.
Please, don't. As much as I'd like to get him before he flees the country, we don't know the size or strength of the group we're up against. We can't be reckless.
Right. Hopefully we can settle this before things get out of hand.
I don't recall summoning you, Your Imperial Majesty.
Must you be so cold? It was no easy feat to appear before you like this. And clearly you've ignored our words of warning from 100 years ago. Perhaps you should play it a bit more nicely. Worry not. We shan't stay long. We assure you that. We must say, though, that learning this world's language through you was a delightful treat. Hmm?
What a cutie!
What a fascinating world this is. The others long to see it for themselves.
I'm sorry, but
It is fine. We shall wait patiently until your heart desires our presence here.
In time, that day will come.
Who is that?
Actually, he's a friend. A friend from the other world.
Ah, he seems to be a good one.
He is, very much so. Though I'm not entirely sure he'll be good for this world.
You are still the same you, and we the same us, our dear friend. Regardless of whether we are alive or dead. Now, when we told you to set aside thoughts of revenge, we did not mean to suggest that you should abandon hatred and become a saint. You might call it one of our indulgences.
Please, no more!
Well, is Liz?
Just for the record, Corpse God, the old hag and I were both against allowing you to see this.
I'm so sorry for everything! What can I say to make you forgive me?
Taking on our subject's dirty work is one of our most important responsibilities. You see, that is why there is no need for you to sully yourself, dear friend.
It was that ego that got you assassinated, Your Imperial Majesty, correct?
Maybe so.
Oh. Gone already. I'd been planning to observe for a bit longer, but I'll act tomorrow. This city is full of troublesome residents, it seems. Now then, the bug or my compatriot? Whichever one shall I see to first?
My wish is the same as it's always been, Your Imperial Majesty. I want a world where we can all live in peace. A world where no one will ever need to dirty their hands. Not even you. In order to make that wish come true, I need to get more involved. To finally reach the point where the shadows of our two worlds overlap.
Well, Habaki, I guess all I can hope for now is that the higher-ups take care of you before you squeal on me. Might be in my best interest to lie low, and I should probably get rid of this phone in the next few hours.
Goodness me. Dropped your phone.
Yeah, sorry to trouble you. Hey, what gives? Excuse me.
Hands, feet of Sabaramond.
Eyes.
Ears.
Catch him.
Maybe running wasn't such a great idea after all.
Hey, what's going on, Polka? So we finally made it back to the building. Everything good with you?
Yes. I'm actually with Clarissa at the moment.
Will duct tape do the trick?
Yes, for now.
This is really well made.
You're not surprised by this?
Why should I be? This tech was developed by the Shinoyamas, wasn't it? I've been in touch with the same company regarding the development of robot sharks.
I see.
Besides, I already came to the conclusion a while ago that you were probably hiding a secret or two. If you could turn yourself into a tiny shark, now then I'd be surprised. And then when the shock wore off, I'd ask you to marry me.
Marry?
Believe it or not, there are some things I can figure out on my own. You've been working to keep us safe all this time, haven't you? Thanks for that.
No, you're wrong. I've been working entirely for myself.
Good-a-boo, they want to talk to you.
Huh?
Good evening, Takumi. I understand you injured your leg. Stop by the bar later. I'll have Kazumi treat the wound and prescribe you some medicine.
Oh, that isn't necessary. I'm sure it's going to be
I'm afraid I must insist.
Ah.
Injuries are serious. If you don't have them properly taken care of, they might just come back to haunt you.
Clarissa, then your eyesight really is. Polka, would you ask Lisa something for me?
So, regarding that man, Habaki, how were you able to figure out he was,
Curious, are you? Truth is, all I really did was put down roots. I only reached him due to the assistance of a police insider.
What? Who's she talking about?
You can trace Habaki's location?
Yes. I was able to plant a GPS chip in his sleeve.
And you're really all right with this, Tozawa?
Indeed. I used my own judgment.
I realize you're indebted to my grandfather for what he did to save your wife. But would you betray Tsubaki Iwanome to repay him?
It's not about repaying a debt. I get the distinct impression that this case is bigger than even the troublemakers. And I'd like Inspector Iwanome to remain an honest police officer. The last thing in the world I want is for him to go astray like I did.
You're a real mother hen, aren't you?
He's strong, but even so, he's fragile. My hope is to see him and Comps 3 as a whole continue to walk the straight and narrow until they reach maturity. There isn't anything more to it than that.
Okay, look over Senior Commissioner Habaki's call history again. Check the cameras in HQ and on the streets too. Find out who's been in contact with Habaki or the officer who shot himself.
Yes, sir.
Odyssey, you and I will work on this.
You're giving it all you've got, huh?
Sorry, my emotions might still be getting the better of me. I figure there's no way I'll be able to track down Hosorogi. So I'll have to make Hosorogi come to me.
That's easy to say, but how?
Strong-arm tactics. I'll smoke out the organization Habaki was a part of. Something tells me Sabaramond is going to be the key word here. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure every one of them goes down. By the time I'm finished, I'll have made a place Hosorogi can come back to.
Let's say I were to come in contact with Hosorogi's soul. Is there anything you'd want me to tell him?
Polka!
Sorry, I didn't ask first.
Let me think. Unfortunately, I've trampled all over Miyabi's wishes. He'd be terribly disappointed if he could see what I've turned into. An intermediary, heir to the secret family trade, just like my grandfather wanted. But the fact of the matter is, this is who I am. And what point is there in pretending I have any regrets about it? In the end, there's only one thing I'd like to say to him if I could.
And when he does return, I already know exactly what I'm gonna say. Hosorogi.
I miss you. Goodbye, my dearest love.
Good to see you again. Finally.
The hell? So where am I? I see you're finally awake.
Who's this guy?
Hi, Misaki, Takumi.
Welcome back!
Thank you. You seem to be well, Misaki.
Uh-huh. Never been better.
Takumi, if you like, I can repair your body using magic.
Huh? Really?
Yes, if I temporarily make part of you a corpse.
Think I'll stick with medicine. Still, if I ever get mortally wounded, you're my guy.
I can't leave things as they are. If I want a world where I can live in peace with everyone, it's up to me to take the initiative and step up. To face this world as the corpse god.
Let's think about this, shall we? Who is this man, and why is he sitting before me? Could he be an innocent bystander who learned the fire-breathing bug's identity? I rather doubt it. Perhaps he works with Habaki. Should that be the case, it would mean that he's associated with this symbol. Up till now, you've been incinerating every member of the organization. However, it may be that you finally sense the limits of that strategy.
The organization being exposed is going to change the situation considerably. And so, you've enacted a corresponding change in your own approach. You now seek to uncover the root to the organization and stamp it out. To do so, you're relying upon me, the master strategist who successfully flushed out not only this fellow, but Habaki as well.
Yes, that's exactly right.
You catch on quickly.
Truly, well done.
As a magician, talking through such things comes easily. Yes, indeed. Quite simple. Allow me to walk.
Maybe I was too quick to peg him as a criminal with a loose screw. Could it be he's actually got this plan down to the last detail?
Talk about a lucky guess! And here I had a pratfall prepared when they told me I'd done it all wrong!
Yeah, I don't have the slightest idea what you're talking about. So is it alright if I go?
When you rub elbows with troublemakers, you get a nose for these things. And mine says you have the smell of one who's killed many times. Whatever I do to you, I'll get away with. Otherwise, I'm screwed.
Hope you've got some evidence to back all that up. Suppose I turn out to be a normal guy. We wouldn't want your pride to take a hit.
Worry not. At this very moment, my pride remains securely behind bars!
Oh, wait, what?
And besides, I happen to have a long history of inconveniencing normal people. Like when I kidnapped Prime Minister Kubi Kigawara. My goodness, but the stock market took a nosedive.
Solitaire infiltrated police HQ. Damn it all. That thrill seeker. There was activity at Polka's building, too?
Yes, sir. When the group returned, the data broker was wounded, and Miss Sayo's bodyguard had lost a prosthetic arm. Based on this information, I believe it's likely they encountered a hostile force.
So businesslike. Isn't the bodyguard a fellow lay?
He was once, but those ties have been cut. He's not my concern. Having said that, he's fairly capable.
In other words, it's safe to say their opponents were far from common hoodlums.
I suspect the enemy's already grasping to reach this place.
Several sentries have been attacked. Someone knocked them out from behind. And their cell phones were taken on top of that.
So they're after whatever information they can get their hands on.
And strangely enough, all my savings have disappeared from my bank account.
They're even targeting individuals. Look into this, Bao.
On it.
Look at the size of that deposit. My sister doesn't mess around. Anyway, better report into his lordship about my arm.
Well, hello. Heard the news. One of your arms was taken from you. Is that right?
Huh? Oh, yes, during a fight against the Agakuras.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Huh?
First of all, I'm glad you're still alive, and you managed to keep the people in that building safe, too. You did a great job. Thank you, Xiao Yu, very much.
Please, you really don't have to thank me for that, your lordship.
Now then, what about the other arm and your legs?
They're fine. But this one's totally useless, so I guess I've got no choice but to go one-armed for a while. I'm so sorry. I broke your lordship's kind gift.
Don't sweat it. Actually, the guy who's standing behind you right now tells me he'd be more than happy to help you out with the arm.
Behind me? When did he get here?
Hey, Xiaoyu. So listen, I hear you intervened to protect Takumi.
I only stepped in because it was in Miss Sayo's best interest that I do so.
If it's all right, I'd really like to replace your arm.
I've been charged with guarding the Shinoyamas. Because of that, I'm unable to trust you.
You were under the floor in Rozan's room, weren't you? The hue of your soul is absolutely unmistakable. Which means you've been fully aware for some time now that I'm not the real Polka.
The hue of my soul? What are you talking about?
I'll explain that, and everything else. But first, I'd like to challenge you to a serious fight.
Huh? Perfect. I'll expose him for what he really is before his lordship. I hope you're not expecting me to bow my head with his lordship watching.
Of course not. You saved my friend Takumi. You owe me no deference whatsoever.
That's enough. Prepare to fight.
Oh, you're not fighting me. Huh? Although, you will face my power, so maybe it's the same thing. Your opponent is right here. I can't keep this up for too long. But please try to show me what you're capable of.
What the hell is this? Illusion? Hypnosis?
Well, would you look at that? I see your skills are even more impressive than I thought. I'll be perfectly honest with you, it gave me a real fright when you called me up last night. After all, the Agakuras took his arms and legs from him. I couldn't help worrying he'd lose control and put himself in harm's way.
I could say, don't overdo it, you can always run away if you need to. But if I tell him that, I know he'll only end up pushing himself even harder.
I get it. I've known many people through the years who've chosen to put their feelings before their very lives.
Understand this. If you elect to let Xiao Yu in on your secret too, it's possible you'll end up farther than you've ever been from a peaceful life.
You have a point. Still, if I hold back, it may cost me more than I'm willing to give up. And so I've decided that for the sake of the future, I'll push peace back for a while. Stop! I've seen enough. Thank you, Gufa and Rafa.
Hey!
Oh,
Come out!
I'm sorry. Looks like they've taken a liking to you. You know, it might not be the worst idea in the world to take a shower.
Maybe if my right arm and legs had been in better shape. No, I gave that fight everything I had. But him, though, the incomprehensible power he displayed was likely a fraction of what he's capable of.
Welcome back.
This is how it's connected. So I guess, if you can, would you fix my arm?
I'm happy to.
What's your name? Surely you have a real name. Now that I've seen how strong you truly are, calling you the fake anything doesn't seem right anymore.
It's kind of a nickname, but they call me the Corpse God, so,
Oh, well, that certainly is one hell of a nickname.
Can't argue with you there.
It's still hard to believe the whole point of that fight was for you to observe me so you could fix my arm. I put my life and my pride on the line back there, you know? Alright, so what have you got for me?
Oh, actually, it's done.
Huh? What? What is this? Where did this arm come from? Give me an answer, Corpse God!
That's the right arm of Erdwigia, the colossal dragon whose lightning once lit up the entire world.
Dragon?
Xiao Yu.
Huh?
There's something I want in exchange for this arm. On my honor as the 4th-ranked Imperial Court Sorcerer, I wish to form an alliance.
My goodness, you do drive a costly bargain. A 200-year contract conditional on buying back your corpse from the guild? Dragons are a different breed indeed.
Begging your pardon, my temporary master. But I could stomach it no more. Virtual strangers having unfettered access to my flesh. To be honest, I much prefer an apprentice of my slayer, the Wandering Balcony.
Don't mind him, my foolish pupil. Just remember that it takes all kinds.
Once again, with the execution of this contract, my mortal remains are yours to fashion into weapons, to reassemble and reanimate us upon. Perhaps to compound into medicine, or indeed, to forge new ties if you so choose.
So then, I just linked you to a dragon.
Novels and shark movies are a lot alike. Not that you asked my opinion.
So is your objective here to actively offend two fandoms at once?
The Adventurers Guild is a common trope familiar to anyone who's read an isekai fantasy, right? But then, each novel adds its own original spin, so despite the similarities, they're all telling different stories. Shark movies are the same way. They share the central trope of a man-eating shark. But they'll put the shark in a tornado or make it a ghost or a demon or a zombie or have it swim in sand or snow, or they'll make it an atomic shark or a robotic shark or a mecha shark or give it 2 or 3 or however many reboots worth of heads. That's how they keep it original, you know?
Yeah, the same goes for samurai movies and westerns.
True. Meaning you could also say that samurai movies and westerns are shark movies. Furthermore, a lot of people would say that Shakespeare wrote the blueprint for every story that exists. So maybe Shakespeare should be called Sharkspeare.
Are you gonna get to the point anytime soon?
Yeah, what I'm getting at is that we're gonna have to figure out how original Misaki is as a vampire.
Huh? What was that?
Took the long way around, didn't ya?
I just think it's worth asking how Misaki is different from the typical vampire archetype. It's something we need to sort out moving forward. Partly because we can't have enemies discovering all of her strengths and weaknesses.
Alright, let's get to it then. Do you still do okay in the sunlight?
Yeah! I mean, it kind of dazzles me, but that's all.
Okay then, do you suck blood?
Huh?
The corpse god told me that drinking blood for her is like taking steroids for a human. And to make more vampires, she would need to give them a lot of blood over an extended period of time. It won't happen by accident. But with access to magic, upgrades, evolution, could be easy.
Huh?
The corpse god turning Misaki into a vampire is kind of what I'm talking about.
It's like I've got superpowers!
Sorry. It seems I got you all mixed up in my problems. And unfortunately, that arm is the greatest show of faith I'm able to offer you. I swear by the dragon it belonged to. And by my teacher who gave it to me. I trust you. And it would be a great honor if you would become my ally.
This is all very hard to believe, but I guess the proof is right in front of me. And by the way, what's the deal with the plush shark?
Actually, that's the real Polka.
Huh?
He's saying that Polka's spirit is possessing that toy shark. And considering how much he seems to enjoy it, it's hard for me to feel too upset for him.
I suppose that makes sense.
Yeah, he even brought up some nonsense about building him a robot body instead of getting his real one back.
He, says to give you his best, shall you?
Likewise. Master Polka, it's so very nice to see you again.
Wait, does he sound more hostile than he did before? Well, anyway, I'd appreciate your help. It's clear to me that there's someone who's out to get us. And as for the group that's out there using the Imperial emblem, I'm ready and willing to do anything I can.
I believe you'll do better at smoking them out, Summerbug.
You stand to benefit as well, Summerbug, in search of something beyond reason.
Their founder was a bastard child from the other side of the sky, a bug eating away at this world.
The other side of the sky? Are you talking about a space alien?
We do not know the specifics, but still, we have strong reason to believe they are one of those beings that you seek.
One of those beings that I seek. So there are more leads.
Indeed. You should know them well too, Summerbug.
As a matter of fact, I suppose I should. If my blimp show is in fact what set this mysterious machinery in motion, then that means this is all somehow connected, that we're all involved. And of course, that would include you as well, fire-breathing bug.
Oh, hey, you're back, huh?
I am. Though I'll be splitting my time between here and HQ for a bit.
That's an awfully old file.
Yeah, checking out the fire-breathing bug's past, mainly because we know they're at odds with Habaki's group now.
Huh?
Would it kill you to act a little surprised? The bug first showed up in town a few years ago, or at least that's what the police and the media initially believed.
Is that not the case?
This morning, I discovered that they only recently started writing their messages in English. Turns out the fire-breathing bug's been around for a good while. Years before I joined Cops 3.
All right. Would the next available customer please come over this way?
This place seems pretty popular.
Who knew it'd be this packed?
What is it, Sawada?
Well, I'm not sure, but my skin is... No, wait. My blood is tingling.
Oh my.
Something about this place weirds me the hell
Wow,
out.
color me jealous! It seems pretty clear to me that you must have sensed something. Like maybe some sort of out-of-this-world power! After all, this particular fortune teller is as real as they come! Look, this video is of this very building.
Yes. I heard that this was the Phantom Solitaire's handiwork.
I realize public opinion may lean that way, but I happen to see things differently. Solitaire is always winging it, looking for the next big thrill, but he wants an audience to astonish. It's not like him, putting on this audacious display without any warning or fanfare.
Then if it wasn't a trick, do you think something genuinely supernatural happened?
No, not necessarily.
How so?
Maybe he was doing a merry dance with those weird hands. That would be so Solitaire, right?
What a great idea! That is positively delightful!
I know, right? Fully adventurous and wild!
We can stop!
Number 25, would you please come this way?
Heyo! I think we're up.
May I ask your name?
Why, of course you can ask my name. It's Mikoto Saimyoji. I suggest you search it in the Latin alphabet to find my socials. Go look me up.
Looks like you really hit it off with that guy, didn't you?
Seems that way. I think we'll get along just fine. Interesting.
What is it?
It says here, he's a medical examiner.
I see.
Next, please write your name and what you'd like to ask the fortune teller about.
Sure. Put my name down as Civil. As for what I'd like divined, my fate over 100 years, and what chance encounters lay before me.
I'd like to get Dr. Sayamyoji's thoughts on this. Is he around today?
Well, I haven't seen him lately. I guess he's as busy as we are.
How does he always find time to drop in on us then, huh?
I actually heard he's gotten hooked on a spiritualist lately. Hilarious.
Hooked on what?
Some boy fortune teller who popped up out of thin air in Shinjuku.
Huh? A random boy who tells fortune? Huh?
That mechanical pencil, it's actually Hosorogi? Huh, well, I bet the Phantom Solitaire would be shocked to find that out. Huh? Oh, when I fought him.
I'll leave it for now and repay Hosorogi some other day.
I remember he seemed awfully concerned, so I put two and two together and figured Hosorogi must have done a lot for Solitaire.
Have you really? The Phantom Solitaire. I do wonder what he's ultimately after.
Do you mind if I call the next person?
Yes, please do.
I'll get back to work too then. See you later. Miss Sayo requested kiritampo for dinner.
That sounds quite nice. What's coming this way?
Your next client.
Pardon the intrusion. Well, hello there. My name is Civil. Pleased to meet you.
I can't believe it. I've never seen so many ghosts cluster around a single person. Even something as heinous as a genocide wouldn't explain all these spirits clinging to one individual. These shades must have been maturing for years, or even decades now. Also, very few of them harbor malice. Most linger not out of regret or love, but obsession.
Sorry, is something wrong?
I can't let him see me panic. I'll cast a false face spell on myself. That way I'll seem composed. I see that you've led a rather peculiar life.
I get that a lot, but it's much duller than you might expect. Sorry to disappoint you.
Hey, what's up? You're doing a normal reading, right?
I still can't tell if he's a fraud or not. But judging by the gear the people watching this building were carrying, somebody must have hired them to observe and protect this fortune teller. I better probe deeper. By the way, I hear that a famous criminal known as Solitaire once visited this building.
So it would seem.
You mean you haven't met him then?
No, although it's possible that our fates have intersected before without me realizing it.
I'd suspected this old computer wouldn't be up to the task. Luckily, I had the foresight to ask Nanny to handle production.
What do you think you're doing?
Yesterday, you... Well, I'm hungry, so I'm leaving. See you later!
The actual audacity of you taking off and leaving me in a fix like this.
Oh, just a wicked scheme of mine. Now would you calm down a bit? Concentrate on giving me a beautiful smile like an idol.
Could you please try to be realistic?
Hey, don't worry, I have all the faith in the world that you can pull off this look.
Yeah, whatever. Forget about that for now. Where's my phone? The cops might trace the signal.
The phone has been incinerated. Done.
Hey, that was an expensive device.
You fear the police more than you fear me?
Well, I guess that depends.
You mean the bastard children of Sabaramond? We know.
Sabaramond, huh? I'm not familiar. My concern is with a certain detective named Odyssey. What he might do scares me more than dying.
You really don't know then?
Sorry, but your Sabaramond's a mystery to me.
It would seem the two of us are in the same boat, my friend.
Huh?
This Sabaramond is indeed a mystery, and who better to solve it than the two of us, hand in hand?
Now, you asked me to divine your fate over 100 years. If I may ask, would you care to elaborate?
Oh, of course. Suppose someone committed an unforgivable crime. Do you believe it would be just if not only the criminal, but also those close to them were made to bear curses and judgment from the world?
I'm only stating my personal opinion, mind you. But I tend to see the world as a more forgiving place than that.
I get that, and I suppose most people would. But you see, my friends and I, we are hounded by quite a dangerous bunch, desperately seeking to redress a 100-year-old grievance.
That must be quite trying. I'm sorry you're experiencing this. I'd be honored to help you out in any way I can.
Trying, huh? Well, I beg to differ with you. I would be delighted to meet those teeming masses of irrationality as soon as possible. I mean, just think about it. When someone wants to hurt you, resent you, despises you, or even wants to kill you, when they wish for nothing less than your complete annihilation, the more absurd the reason for their feelings, the better.
And what do you mean by that?
We've not done anything wrong, and so we can crush the bugs with the clearest of consciences, and without a single shred of remorse.
Doesn't that basically amount to doing the exact same thing as they are?
Of course, meaning it all comes down to the order of things. If someone in my camp committed a crime, then revenge against that criminal makes sense and is justifiable. But if the Avengers come after me and mine just for having ties to said criminal, then that constitutes a new attack, which itself demands a response. So doesn't it stand to reason that we're still justified if our response ends up targeting people that are close to them?
He's different.
As long as we evade the eyes of the law, we're free to inflict any act of violence or base indignity we wish. And that's such a delightfully comforting thought, isn't it?
He isn't like those children. Not at all. They were innocent. Murdered simply for the offense of being close to me. But this man... Let me ask you one question. Do you truly believe what you just said? Every last word of it?
What a good question. Perhaps you should divine the answer.
Why, yes. I think I will.
going on?
Huh? I suddenly don't feel so.
Huh? What?
I'm sorry.
I
I have to cancel today.
I thought so. He hasn't noticed what I'm doing. And that means he, at least, doesn't have the evil eye to see ghosts and spirits. So now I think I'll touch his soul directly and rattle him a bit. Please allow yourself to move in conjunction with this space. Relax and calm your mind. Are these shades trying to shield him?
I've never felt anything like this. A burst of mana inside my body? What just happened to me? Don't tell me. This boy's a visitor from another world?
How is his mana so dense? It's on par with an Imperial Court sorcerer. Is he really a human and from this world?
I don't understand. I've already verified that Polka Shinoyama is a native of this world. Maybe he's a double, or something from beyond the sky. Or perhaps someone else is controlling him. Fascinating. What a strange sensation. And if I may ask, did you do something to me?
Perhaps you may have felt a dormant fate awaken inside of you. We're in a realm where all things are possible. If you please, allow me to probe your soul but a little more deeply. It would be best to avoid conflict now, but I want to push a bit further.
Oh, I can't wait to see what comes out. It'll be valuable knowledge. If something's hiding inside me, I should know what it is, right?
You might find you're happier not knowing the real you. It's shocking for some.
Hey, we have to go! That's the guidance I received! Listen, we're not safe!
Who is this girl? That's a high-ranking stone elemental.
Would this be the child, then? The one who was sold off at so young an age?
This little one's people have always been able to see spirits, but evil eyes were still too much for them. You can only hear the spirits, my Lady Chancellor. Isn't that so?
So it is. The evil eye is as much about hearing as it is seeing. You must suffer worse than we who can only do one. But I urge you to go forth in strength. You are our friends and neighbors. Shades and elements have always stood with us and walked by our sides.
I see.
Hey, can't you do something? It was just getting good.
But I received guidance.
Give it up, boss. You can't argue with Lulu's ears.
And the color of that woman's soul, too.
Plus, the bugs might be on their way as we speak to torch this whole place to the ground.
Bugs? Are they involved with the fire-breathing bug? But more importantly, one could have been coincidence. But now, I've crossed paths with at least 3 people deeply mixed up in my world. This must be fate. These children came to see me as previous visitors to this world. I've used ghosts to chase off my clients, but what now? Should I welcome them and have them stay?
Come on, move it!
Sorry, my fortune teller. I'll pay you another visit next time, as a friend.
So there you are. You must be the little troublemaker that's been...
The chief editor says he's too busy. How am I supposed to move forward? May I ask you something, sir? You were just looking at that building, weren't you? Are you curious about the Phantom Solitaire? Or maybe it's the mysterious young fortune teller you're interested in?
What's that?
Really? So Polka's being investigated. Perhaps we can learn something too. Play along with her for now, but stop her if she tries to dig too deep.
Very well. We may proceed.
All right! Thank you so much! Okay, whenever you're ready. Kinda chilly.
What's this? I sense a dark, sinister energy. The sort of feeling you get from the cage of fierce beasts. No, more like a completed Ting-Hu. Something's close.
I get the feeling I should turn around and make tracks, but here we go.
Are you looking for someone? Polka or possibly Xiaoyu? Sorry, they're busy right now. On the clock, you know how it is.
Is that you over there, Sakimiya?
Huh? Kocho?
I'm getting the impression that you've met this guy somewhere before. By the way, it feels really chilly in here for some reason.
How very strange.
So there you are. You must be the little troublemaker that's been scurrying around.
Oh.
Is he out of his mind or what?
Huh?
Arahabaki, you need a hand?
You must be in a pretty good mood to offer, boss. But nah, this is my mess, so I'll clean it up myself.
Really?
I really could have sworn I managed to take out the guys around this building without being spotted. But this big lug's their boss, I guess.
Taipei has just confronted the phone thief. Round 1.
I see. And how can you be sure of that?
Heilei's soldiers wear clothes that have been dipped in a special perfume. If somebody got close enough to choke one, the smell of that perfume would stick to them, and not even daily baths would get rid of it. Taipei's nose can track that scent for up to 10 days.
And what motivated him to attack?
The desire to eliminate new threats near Messiah. He'd say that, but he's as impulsive as a wild animal. He probably wanted to fight someone strong.
Whoa, what the holy hell?
What's that noise?
Miss Sayo, please wait in your room until it's safe. Crap! What the hell is Taipei doing?
I let all the clients outside, and I think Takumi should be safe as long as he doesn't leave his room.
Want me to jump into the fray?
For now, get her out of here.
Done deal.
She seems totally unfazed. Is she another Shinoyama bodyguard? Between her and this fellow, the Shinoyamas have some excellent pawns.
What is it, Civil?
Lulu?
Yes?
Hey, come on. It's not safe around here, okay?
I can't pass up a scoop this good. One shot at least.
The way he used magic just now. Sabaramond?
Take a good look now. Those who possess no talent for communicating with the spirits use this slide trick to take their mana from them by force. Thus does he use the elemental stolen mana to fill his own vessel. However, should his body be unable to withstand its ill-gotten gains, it will surely contort and burst. I'd expect as much from the elemental eater Arius Sabaramond, the highest ranked among the court sorcerers.
My goodness. You make me sound so awful, Isliz. I'm not eating anything. I'm borrowing a bit of the power that circulates through the world, that's all. I must admit, I envy you, Corpse God. You receive love from numerous spirits, and even a certain misanthropic witch we both know. I hope you give love as well, not only to people, but to the very skies. For love, you see, is a miracle that conquers all. But love is beyond my reach. And so, there is little I can do but pine for the world. Now, shall we go? There. This should compensate you for all the trouble.
I can't take this.
Damn, I guess I got a little careless. At the very least, that hit from you should have wrecked a few of his internal organs, boss.
You could have dodged.
Come on, don't think so little of your bodyguard.
What?
Did she receive the same treatment as the Empire's assassins?
I probably shouldn't have let you see that, but now that you have, you seem surprisingly calm.
I almost forgot. Thanks to the false face spell I cast on myself, I appear composed no matter what. Peering into the fates of others is my business. Very little surprises me.
Ah, understood. It seems Mikoto has a good eye. Well, we won't impose on you any further. Not today. Arahabaki, see you to Lulu.
Done!
Thank you!
Is it all over?
Apparently so.
I've never felt an attack like that before. What did he do?
Who the heck was that client anyway?
I believe he's a member of that group. The one called the Bastard Children of Sabaramond that the fire-breathing bug mentioned.
What makes you say that?
He looks a lot like somebody I know, and yet it isn't him. He's younger, and his soul carries a different hue. But considering the way he used magic, there must be a connection between them.
Who do you mean?
The head of the court sorcerers, Arius Sabaramond. Hold on.
Sure do wish you would have let me take care of things on my own instead of butting in like that.
Sorry for poaching your prey.
I was just getting warmed up, and suddenly it was all over.
My apologies. But I suddenly realized I might not need to continue hiding my power. Have a look.
I give up. Why are you waving your passport in my face?
Because when I entered this country, I did so under my full name. It's plainly written right there. My surname. The name somebody co-opted for that organization. Sabaramon, that is.
Huh?
Yes, the elders of that group are certain to panic when they feast their eyes on this.
Sup, y'all? You fine folks ever heard of the Bastard Children of Sabaramon? Those guys are some super shady characters. They infiltrated the police and shot at the Phantom Solitaire. What's more, from what I hear, the people who've been burned by the fire-breathing bug lately are friends of these bad guys. If you know the truth, then leave a comment right here on this channel, Solitaire TV, okay?
I had my suspicions, but now I'm sure. This video was taken at one of my concerts. Except the face and voice are definitely someone else's. Totally weird, huh?
Yeah, it's something they call a deepfake. They go in and replace the face and voice using CGI.
I'm kinda curious about who this is, though. Solitaire's son, maybe? And what's a Sabaramond?
Whatever it is, it's already trending.
Now I understand. Gotta figure the geezers at HQ are beside themselves.
There's no doubt. And immigration has my name, so it'll be connected to me.
By the way, was it really such a good idea to let that fortune teller have those jewels?
It's nothing to worry about. Though he may now be thinking he got the raw end of the deal.
He isn't here.
What's up?
I can still faintly sense the threads of his soul. But he's been abducted.
You took quite a nasty beating.
I apologize, sir.
Not necessary. We've learned what our enemies look like. Now we can set about hunting them down.
I'm worried that it may have been a mistake, taking this with us.
As I said, the jewels were compensation for it, at least in part. And if they come to take it back, that simply means we get to have more fun. Right?
Now you're making conversation with a plushie?
And who says it's a simple plushie? Perhaps a visitor from our homeland is using it to listen in on us.
Say what?
I asked Lulu. Out of everyone there, who did her elemental take the most interest in? Tell her.
The Great Spirit expressed not the least bit of interest in any of the humans. On the other hand, it was calling out to the stuffed animal the whole time we were there.
The elemental's guidance is always difficult to interpret. And yet, mark my words, it is never without meaning. My guess is that Polka Shinoyama is being controlled, possibly by a sorcerer who's made his way here from our homeland. Yet, even so, the elemental focused all its attention on this plushie. It might be a catalyst.
A catalyst?
He put such effort into looking like a credible fortune teller, so why would he carry a plush shark around with him? I think it's highly likely that the visitor was using this shark to send Polka Shinoyama his orders. I'll have to examine it more closely. But I believe it's safe to say at the very least this plushie is a link between the sorcerer and Polka Shinoyama. So, on top of investigating this adorable fellow, it's imperative that I protect it as well.
Why is that?
If this shark truly does hold the potential to connect us to the other side of the sky, then we should assume the bugs will likely make burning it a priority.
Wait, why would they want to take him?
I don't know. But they didn't seem to realize he was the real Polka, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. I can sense his current location and I've got surveillance on him. Now to figure out how he can be rescued.
Pardon me, Master Polka. A word.
Yeah, and let me too, if that's okay.
Kocho.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea how much trouble this weird guy would be.
Weird guy?
So that's what he's doing here. You brought him along with you. And is there any particular reason you attacked that person earlier?
No matter. Please disregard it.
Are you freaking kidding me? I still don't even know who all those people even were!
To that point, would you perhaps divine their identity, Master Polka?
Polka, it's me.
Takeru.
Takeru? Of Shinoyama Security?
I'm aware of the situation. The people you encountered today are dangerous and have attacked several of our employees. Taipei initiated combat so as not to risk your safety by waiting too long to take action. Granted, his fears proved unfounded.
In that case, I offer my sincere thanks for your concern.
Now, I'd like you to use your abilities to identify them. Do you think that would be possible?
I'll do my best. Finding missing persons isn't my specialty, but I'll see if I'm visited with any guidance.
Before that, one other thing. Solitaire uploaded a bizarre video.
If you want to know the truth, then leave a comment right here on this channel, Solitaire TV, okay? Please and thank you.
What do you think of that? Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Why did you make this? The revelation that you're involved with him should throw the whatevers of Sabaramon into quite a tizzy, am I right?
I guess so. What else?
It sounds like you don't think that alone is enough of a reason.
What is with you anyway?
Goodness. I feel like you've revealed your humanity to me for the first time.
Man, I haven't screamed my head off like that since I was a little kid in preschool.
Huh? Is that right? Holy crap, what a recovery!
Even if I do manage to get out of here alive, guess I'll have to get plastic surgery and make a run for it.
You admit it openly, then. You are a whatchamacallit of Sabaramond.
I am one? That might be overstating it a bit. I'm no more than an errand boy. Fire-breathing bug. Why have you guys been burning Sabaramond affiliates over the course of the past 100 years? They didn't even tell me that much.
Stop, y'all! You fine folks ever heard of the bastard children of Sabaramon?
After smoldering patiently for a whole century, to think they would act so suddenly. The little dears must have finally realized that the best revenge is roundabout, because that way you can tear your target down from behind. I believe I'll act as well. Let us dance. The time has come to fetch them, the adorable little assassin, and our new sister Misaki.
Is it true you've been burning them for a century? According to my mathematics, that would make you over 100 years old.
No.
We are.
No.
Longer.
Anywhere.
At all. Therefore.
We are.
Mistakes.
Impurities.
Those who should not be. Bugs.
Bugs. Non-existent scorch marks.
Just like them.
Just like the bastard children.
Merely bugs that have been seared into
this world.
The fire-breathing bug's been active for over 100 years. So what we should be investigating is what reason they might possibly have to be hostile toward this Sabaramond group. But...
Sir, I have something to show you. I believe I may have found the case we need.
Hey, nice going, Kayakusa. Why exactly does the fire-breathing bug use fire? If it's more than mere fixation, then maybe it's tied into whatever it is they're looking to get revenge for in the first place. We may have hit the jackpot.
What do we got? 100-year-old fire in Shinjuku. While exploring the scene, investigators were shocked to discover 16 corpses housed in what appeared to be adjoining cells.
Half of which were likely children based on their size. Man, it makes me sick.
It's strange, though. Sounds like a pretty devastating fire. So if that's the case, how could it be that I never heard about it before?
Good point. We've got a file on it, but was there any media coverage at all? Check the newspapers and tabloids from back then.
Right.
And Arase and I will follow Higaro's... What's up, man? For real, are you okay?
Please don't worry about me. My emotions all crashed into each other, but I'm fine now.
Not Arase.
It looks as though we found a link between Solitaire and that organization.
My emotions have totally crashed. It's gonna take him a little while to reboot.
Who is this person? I was already well aware that Solitaire was looking into Sabaramond. I suppose those three haven't crossed his path just yet. But what is there to be gained by publicizing the name of Sabaramond? If anything, it'll make it more difficult to tell if the people using it are legitimate. What could he be thinking, I wonder? I'm going to need to prepare before the fortune-telling, if it's all right with you. Let's see. How's 3 days from now? I'll be ready for you by the evening.
It sounds like he means to investigate further before giving me any information about them. Supposing he plans to strike some kind of secret deal with that foreigner. Is this about her? His mother, Kano? I believe Taipei is having his fortune told for a story. If the reporter approves, then I won't object.
What? So it's all up to me now? Still, this might work out. Solitaire, the Sabaramond organization, it all ties back to this building and potentially to the Shinoyamas. I need time to do some digging. Yeah, sure, I'd be okay with that. Shall we say 6 o'clock 3 days from now?
Sounds good to me. I'll see you then.
With that, our business is concluded for now. Goodbye, Polka.
Oh, right.
Taipei, return as soon as possible and have your injuries examined.
Yes, sir.
So, Bao, for the next 3 days, please keep an eye on Polka.
Done.
Sayo's in the care of her bodyguards, so... Yomogi,
Sir?
pursue that trio. Don't engage them. Just find out what they're doing.
Got it.
Even if we do get anything out of Polka, it's still crucial that we find out everything we can about those three and what their motives might be. Depending on what we learn, we may be able to make use of them.
An abrupt summons, followed by such a terribly rude welcome. If this is about that dumb video, I already emailed you my opinion on it.
You were summoned here by the elders. You were to leave this country at once, Sybil. When it's safe, go into hiding.
And if I refuse?
In the wake of Habaki's disappearance, we follow the word of the elders absolutely, without question.
Goodness, you'd use force then.
We don't believe we stand a chance of defeating you or Ada Habaki. But surely you wouldn't want to run the risk of a stray bullet hitting your attendant.
You really shouldn't do that, please! It's not safe!
What idiots. Pointing a weapon at Lulu?
So this is more of your terrible power at work, is it, Sybil?
What? Then you really didn't know?
Are you telling me we can't get out there and rescue the real Polka right away?
Yes. If we don't move carefully, they'll turn the tables on us. The smallest of them is the one we really have to worry about. She's possessed by an elemental. That one spirit alone may have the power to level this entire city.
The elders are crueler than I realize. I know it's our trump card, but still. How could they keep the elemental a secret from their own men?
Stop it! You don't have to kill these people! Please! Tree Spirit!
upset you, Lulu. The elemental heard your pleas. I believe you prevented anyone from getting killed, at least.
Still, though.
Besides, no innocents were involved, and the security cameras were all destroyed. The elders don't take chances with that sort of thing.
Listen, it's not like I thought our group was one big happy family, but still, what the heck did they think they were doing trying to shut us down so blatantly?
They're simply afraid of the bug. They turned tail and fled this country for a remote base in Eastern Europe, and they're desperate to make sure I don't leak any information that could get them burned too. Guess I'll have to start my own fire before I get singed by someone else's.
Huh?
There's an old Japanese saying that goes, "Summer bugs fly to flame." And I'd say I'm the best bait to draw out these bugs. By making my presence known, I'll force them to gather right here in this city. Isn't taking them all out in one fell swoop a delicious plan?
Hey, you mind if I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Tell the truth. What exactly happened at that fortune teller's building anyway? Was that giant swarm of hands another one of your magic tricks? Why would you ask me a thing like that? Because I think it's very possible that you've already accomplished the thing you set out to do. A goal my employers have been working to achieve for no less than a century.
And what might that be, pray tell?
You've gotten yourself involved. No, you've landed at the center of things. Do be careful, or next time, it may be your own head that gets blown off instead of a dummy's.
No way! This is too much! I can't take it!
Shut up.
Sorry. But I can't help myself. This thing is killing me. I feel so sorry for the guy. Might even give him a pass for ditching me. Still, I'm jealous of old Higuro. This must mean he made friends with Solitaire, right? Maybe he could get me an autograph. Well, that was great. I can only hope Majide is having this much fun with those kids.
That must be the building. I wonder if the adorable little assassin is in. Do you have any idea? Haley, I presume. Perfect. I was hoping I'd have an opportunity to pay my respects. For you see, that boy Xiaoyu will soon become my little brother. So in a manner of speaking, you and I are going to be relatives. Please, you must behave yourself. Calling for backup won't. I'm warning you. So that's it then. You must be. You're looking at the one and only big sister Xiaoyu will ever need.
The Heilei don't need an incompetent pawn who let himself be defeated by an Agakura girl. If need be, I'll gladly dispose of him myself.
That daughter of mine truly is a fierce one, isn't she? When she heard I planned to make Xiaoyu a Ting Hu, she became enraged and attempted to take her own father's life.
Do not insult my brother Xiaoyu! So, you want revenge for the adorable little assassin? Is that what this is? Not exactly. Enlighten me then. It's true that Xiaoyu is adorable. Right? Now you're making sense. I hate you for harming my brother. But I'm also grateful to you. Grateful, huh? But why? Because the loss of his limbs paved the way for him to escape our cursed family. How surprising. It was my understanding that the Heilei prized their lineage above all else. Old-fashioned values mean nothing to me, but if you truly mean to take my brother away, I'll kill you.
So you can really create magic using something like this?
That's right. It should be able to recharge your arm as well.
Jewels as a source of power. Well, that explains what Miss Saya wanted with all those junk stones. Hey, if raw stones work, they're cheaper and sold in bulk.
They're not exactly optimal. Clearer and larger stones have more mana contained within them. But then there is the issue of money. We still need to recover the real Polka, and I'd like to start gathering resources. But I can't exactly go to Rozan and ask him for assistance.
This is all my fault. I was the only guard who knew that plushie was actually the real Polka. I should have protected him more carefully.
You shouldn't blame yourself for this. Anyway, I guess we'd better report the situation to Rozan.
His lordship, huh?
I don't think so.
What?
The thing is, he's at the hospital right now.
That's right. Today is...
It's his regular checkup. They may have had to anesthetize him, which would mean he's in no shape to talk.
For a moment, I actually felt relieved. My first thought about his lordship being in the hospital was that I'd have a chance to fix this before he found out. I really am the worst.
Because you weren't able to protect the real Polka? Or you didn't want to?
That's
It's none of my business. Are you sure? Please don't hold back. I'm someone you can confide in.
There was always something about him that got on my nerves. But it wasn't until quite recently that I began to feel like I truly hated him. He has no regard for his lordship's feelings. I take such pride in these limbs that were a gift from his lordship. For the life of me, I can't begin to fathom how his own flesh and blood son could be so willing to toss his entire body aside as if it were completely and utterly worthless. It's not fair, no matter how desperately I may want it. I'm never going to be his lordship's son. But him, he is. And he acts like it means nothing to him. Oh well, just forget it. Whatever excuses I make, the bottom line is I'm jealous of him. I am utterly pathetic.
You know, my own father was only too happy to sell me off. In the end, he even stabbed me to death, all in the name of greed. Believe me when I say I understand being jealous of familial ties. But what you have to remember is that your bond with Rozan is every bit as meaningful. I'm dead serious, and I'm sure it's the same for him too. You may not share blood, but your souls are inextricably linked. That connection matters too. Just as much as family. And when it's taken from you, it's every bit as painful. Which is why I've been so determined to make a world where we can all live in peace.
Hello. Ah, it's you, Nezu. So, are you finished with the job yet? You're going to be rejoining us in 3 days. Excellent. I happen to have an assignment for you.
And I guess that about sums it up.
Sorry, I know I've asked a lot of you.
Listen, don't even think twice about it. I'm all about supporting that peaceful life of yours in any way I possibly can.
There was nothing peaceful about Polka getting kidnapped yesterday, or anything else I've dragged you into, honestly.
All in the name of a peaceful future, though, right?
Uh-huh.
But anyway, moving on. This dude seriously never gives it a rest. What could he be thinking?
What's going on here?
What do you suppose he's after?
Trying to figure out why he does anything is a waste of time.
Perhaps, but still the inspector is currently attached to HQ's solitaire task force. So I think we'd better prioritize that case, or make it look like we're doing so at the very least.
No, that jackass Solitaire didn't do this.
You're thinking it's a copycat?
Honestly, it's just a hunch. But Solitaire's tricks tend to be grander. Lifting something up and dropping it? That isn't his style. He wouldn't bother with such a simplistic idea. Which does lead to an interesting question. Who else might be behind this? Could it possibly be another troublemaker like Deus Ex Kinema? Or even... No. One thing's for sure, though. We can't stand around here twiddling our thumbs. Damn it, all these cases in Shinjuku. What's the connection between them? And how deep does it run?
Goodness gracious! A copycat who's out there pretending to be me! I believe I have an idea of who you are. For me, hunting this clandestine organization is truly a grand adventure. But for you, I suppose it's fodder for a documentary. Isn't it? Troublemaker Emperor of Ikebukuro, Deus Ex Kinema.
Hey? A pleasure. I'm a fan of yours.
Are you? I should probably count myself fortunate that this didn't turn out to be a police trap.
That's entirely a matter of perspective.
Should I take that to mean that you're more dangerous than the police?
I'm sorry. Where I'm from, we don't use business cards, so... Perhaps this will suffice as an alternative form of introduction. The Beatian Imperial Crest. That's the proper name of the emblem you've been oh so confidently broadcasting.
Man, this is taking way too long. But considering the risks, I can't settle for less.
Oh, hey! I heard you summon the ghost of one of your friends. Is that true?
No, I didn't summon him. He showed up without any invitation.
So you did have friends in your world after all.
You and Takumi are my treasured friends as well.
This isn't the first time you've said that, but we haven't known each other that long, you know?
It's like my teacher said. When you're a necromancer and you're living an unnaturally long life, you can't measure your relationships in time spent together.
So were you able to make friends with your buddy from back home this quickly?
That's hard to say. He came on so strong that I never really knew what to do with him. But I'm grateful. He's a dear friend of mine and an accomplice as well.
Accomplice?
Sorry, maybe that's not the right word to use. The two of us got up to a lot of mischief together. As for those three who abducted the real Polka, there isn't a doubt in my mind. They've got some significant ties to the other world as well. I'm not certain if we're caught in their business, or I dragged them into ours, but either way...
I'm the only reason you and the real Polka are involved in any of this. First, I slit Polka's throat, which was bad enough on its own. But then when you showed up in his body, I tried to kill you too, dragging you into my world in the process.
That's not really...
For better or worse, none of us can help dragging others into our lives from time to time. So when it comes down to it, go ahead and drag people around, as long as you believe you're dragging them to the right place. Besides, the truth is, I want to get mixed up in your business. How about it? Let's go save the real Polka together.
Thanks a lot.
I see. Basically, what you're looking to do is advertise your connection to this Sabaramon to the public.
Uh-huh. You got it. Whatever we have to do. Why, we could even be guests on your show. If you like, the three of us could dance.
Solitaire's dance party, featuring 3 alleged space aliens. I could get behind that.
Space aliens? Well, setting that aside, I thought you were always on the lookout for supernatural phenomena. Are you sure this isn't doing anything for you?
Afraid not. Well, to be honest, there's a part of me that's beside myself, but I'm just not quite sure.
About what?
A feat such as that one is easy enough to replicate for someone of my talents.
Wait, what?
Seriously? Does he have an elemental too?
This is it. The site of that fire from 100 years ago. Now, is there anything here that points back to the fire-breathing bug? The exterior's long since been prettied up, but something's off. This place is currently owned by a wealthy Shinjuku dynasty. From what I hear, they shelled out a fortune for it after the fire. All the younger members of the family live elsewhere, and yet they've never made any attempt to sell it.
You sure we should be here? After all, it doesn't have anything to do with solitaire.
Actually, as close as they've been lately, I'm not entirely sure that's the case. When it comes to the troublemakers, they typically pursue their own individual goals. Other than the grocer, not one of them would ever seek the others out. But between this Sabaramond organization and that mysterious symbol, there's a lot of common ground between these two.
You think Solitaire and the fire-breathing bug have already joined forces?
Yeah, probably. And in earnest, too.
To your request, I'd be absolutely delighted to go along with it, presuming you can agree to one condition.
Isn't this exciting? What's your condition?
You see, I'm afraid I must insist that you figure out a way to get out of here alive.
I wasn't expecting to run into you so soon.
fuel into the air and subsequently set it aflame. I certainly hope that isn't a mixture of naphthalenic and palmitic acids. That is to say, the ingredients used in napalm bombs and flamethrowers. If it were, of course, the overwhelming heat would roast me as well. But it isn't, right? Say it's not! Surely you have some manner of moral compass, don't you? Fire-breathing bug! Oh boy, this could be bad.
Perfect timing. I was hoping I'd get a chance to test this out. Let's see. Like this.
What the heck? Was that for real?
Huh. So that's how it goes then. Or else, perhaps it's important that I follow the procedure to the letter. I sympathize with you, Bugs. I really do. To be honest with you, I think I know what you might be. 100 years ago, my affiliates in this country performed experiments to give humans special powers. In the name of maintaining secrecy, they supposedly incinerated all 18 test subjects. But only 16 bodies were found, which means 2 survived. And they multiplied, with the goal of exacting their vengeance upon us. I don't know how you did it, whether by science or magic, but you took your lust for revenge and managed to implant it into ordinary, innocent citizens all over. I love your tenacity. That said, I ask you this. How is what you're doing any different than what our elders did to the 18 people they experimented on? In fact, going by the numbers, what you're doing is worse.
What you say is true. Therefore, we too are evil. Merely bugs that have been seared into this world. Once we have burned every last one of you, we shall vanish from within these people and burn away.
Lovely. Now that I know how you feel, I can absolve myself of any guilt. Well, now what do you say we slug it out? Let's put our very existence on the line.
No more than a childish taunt.
A smokescreen? It won't work. Yeah!
Some kind of mass disappearing act?
What, did they run out on us? You gotta be kidding me.
Interesting. Their lust for revenge hasn't clouded their vision. They must have been evaluating our strength. Nothing more than that. These are no mere summer bugs who would fly into the flames without giving it a thought.
What a shocker.
No idea if this guy knows where they're hiding, but it'd be fun to find out.
Please, mademoiselle, consider the facts. Even if I knew, do you think I'm the kind of person who'd betray a friend so easily?
I do.
Me too.
Same here.
Well, in any event, I'm sure I have some other tidbits of information that would interest you.
Such as?
The saying, summer bugs fly to flame, originates in the Chinese book of Liang's Life of Dao Gai. And it's not about tactics or traps either. See an old man jealous of that crap!
Much as I'd like to hear how that story ends, I have a different question for you. When the emblem came to your attention, why did you go to visit that building? Does it have anything to do with the young fortune teller who resides there?
Ahem. Are you quite certain you don't know the answer to that question already? A bug flying into flame may be foolish, but on the other hand, maybe, just maybe, that bug has the power to withstand the heat.
Hey, I'm gonna... What the?
And indeed, there are some worlds which can only be reached by leaping headlong into the fire. Unfortunately, while your powers do interest me, I have an awfully busy night in store. Someday in the future, I hope you'll bewitch me with a world devoid of tricks. For that privilege, I'll happily fly into the fire as many times as I have to.
Oh my gosh.
Huh? I knew visiting this country would be worth it. Finally, the thirst I've felt since I was born has been quenched a bit.
I couldn't be any more confused right now. Oh, that's right. Hey, boss, what was that crazy-ass wind cannon thing anyway?
It seemed a lot different from the elemental's power.
Oh, that? I tried it and it worked.
You can just do that?
Until now, I haven't been able to use my magic for any purpose but to enhance my flesh and nerves. I am a failure, remember? I told you before we came here, right? About my absurd origins. My body was intended to serve as a vessel for the mind and memories of a sorcerer from the other side. His name? Arius Sabaramond. But, ultimately, that great sorcerer never appeared in this world. Even so, that organization, the Bastard Children of Sabaramond, continues to cling to his name. The irony of it all. I was a failure, unable to do so much as cast a spell. Until, yes, that was the trigger. I'd never felt my mana tampered with from the outside before. It occurred to me that I might be able to do the same thing in reverse, and luckily for us, it worked.
Bragging about his talent again.
Amazing, Sybil!
But I'm only just getting started. Once I really get the hang of it. Oh, I'm so fond of the two of you. Thank you so much for helping me feel the other world.
Warn me before you say that crap.
Oh my goodness.
See, this world we've found ourselves in, it isn't nearly lawless enough. I am unable to act freely. No, this isn't where I belong. The world I was made in is on the other side. I want to go back to the precious homeland I've never even seen. And if that should prove to be impossible in the end, then hopefully at the very least this world can offer me something to alleviate my boredom. Hello, I'm impressed you found this number. Shall we introduce ourselves since we've never spoken directly before?
Oh no, that hardly seems necessary. After all, Sabramond, you've been patronizing our store for a long time now, since before we relocated.
Not to be presumptuous, but I imagine you're calling because the items I ordered have come in. Information on the family of Polka Shinoyama, and in particular, information on his mother, Ganon Shinoyama.
Apologies for my lateness. I ran into a spot of trouble. Now then, I'm terribly curious about what sort of fire you have to show me. I'm something of a summer bug, you understand. Or so I've been told, at least. And I've got my heart set on a flame so beautiful it would be worth flying into.
Check out. Hosoroki comes through yet again. This is the documentation on the fire 100 years ago, in that building we visited yesterday.
Who might you be?
Oh, hi. Excuse us. I assure you there's no cause for alarm. We're with the police. We're questioning people in relation to an ongoing public safety investigation. Got a weird feeling about him. He said the owner of the house hired him to manage the place, but I'm not so sure.
The owner backed him up and his identity checked out. Try as we might, we couldn't find a single hole in that guy's story.
Uh-huh. So there wasn't really anywhere else we could go with it. But with these documents, it's a whole new ballgame. Thanks, Hosorogi. I'll reach the darkness called Sabramond. You have my solemn word on that.
By the way, Clarissa, what is the plan for tomorrow?
We'll sit back and watch this time.
Huh? Are you sure?
I'm curious to see exactly how far he's willing to go. I still plan to keep my word as an intermediary, of course. Even being a spectator requires some amount of preparation, doesn't it?
Tell me, what has that trio been up to?
Yesterday, they made contact with a man we believe to be Solitaire, and after that, there's no further activity to report.
Does this mean they're at odds with Solitaire? Who are these people holding umbrellas? Fire. Solitaire. The fire-breathing bug. Can it be?
Looks like it's just about go time. That guy Taipei is gonna show, right?
To be honest, I still haven't been able to work out exactly who or what those three are. Having said that, if Takeru perceives them to be a threat to the Shinoyamas, he may send help.
What happens after we rescue the real Polka?
I'll focus my energy on holding off the elemental, and while I'm doing that...
Xiaoyu and I get our moment to shine!
I've gotten more comfortable using my right arm. Training with those tigers was very helpful.
Hey, listen! Nameless characters are always the first ones to die, even in shark movies.
Okay, and?
I'm saying, isn't there something we can call you to differentiate you from Polka?
Yeah, we don't want any confusion when things get serious.
We know you used to go by the Corpse God. Didn't you say your real name's hard to pronounce in Japanese?
Polka?
Sorry, that was a lie. It might be a bit tricky, but I don't think you'd struggle with it all that much. The truth is, I kept it secret because it brings back unpleasant memories. But this seems like the perfect opportunity to come clean. My real name is... Hold on. Why would the real Polka's location be moving?
The two women have just exited the hotel.
Wait, only 2 of the 3?
So then what happened to the other one?
What's the matter?
Hi, I'm here again as promised. Yes, but this time as a friend.
Oh man, what did this guy have to show back up for? Hey, what is this? You couldn't have used the entrance or I'd know about it!
Right, I borrowed your underground passage. There's no need to be so nervous. Weren't you listening when I told you I came here as a friend?
You want to be my friend?
Indeed. There are precious few people in this world who are capable of understanding me. And you? No, your power must be misunderstood too, yes?
Has he already figured out that I came from the other world?
You must have lived in such confusion. I feel for you. But your power isn't something to be shunned. Be proud of it. That power which you inherited from your mother comes from the very same world as mine does.
What are you saying?
Kanon Shinoyama, your dear mother, in truth, a descendant from a clan with the elemental eye, named Kanamshalin Red Resolve.
Wait, what did he just say?
Hey, Polka. What's wrong?
I always wondered why I was reincarnated into this body specifically. I suppose I should have delved deeper into Polka's memories long before now. This faint memory buried deep down inside of him. This feeling so distant it threatens to vanish. It's a name. The name of someone I was ultimately unable to save. Your name. The last thing I expected to hear in this world. I wonder if you were able to find a peaceful life in the end. Mother. When I was casting my reincarnation spell, I placed one condition on it. Namely, that the body I'd inhabit would belong to a newly deceased member of my people. I never dreamed that body would be linked to my mother, or that she'd traveled to this world.
Polka!
Polka, could you see me all along? I mean, there's no telling what you may have learned from Mother over the years. Oh, there are so many things we need to talk about. But we can't have that conversation until we're face to face. So you see, I need him back now, my Polka, my cherished friend, my little brother.
Did he say his brother? Have I completely misread the situation? He looks like Polka Shinoyama, but is someone else in there? In which case, the soul that belongs to the body before me is... inside that shark? Anyway, I'll get to the point of my visit. If you come from the other side of the sky, the other world, and you have ties to this emblem, you must be involved with the Empire. What do you say to the two of us joining forces to exterminate our common enemy?
The fire-breathing bug?
You don't beat around the bush at all, do you? Lovely.
I want to ask you something. Do you know Sabaramond? Or Arius, to be more precise?
Oh, interesting. You're a personal acquaintance of his?
Please answer the question.
I'm aware of him, certainly. But the two of us have never met. You could say, I myself am the original bastard child.
At the moment, it seems 2 of the 3 are making their way to Polka's building. One of them is the woman you fought. You're free to do as you please.
Sir.
I'll ask you outright. Would you join our organization?
Thank you, but no.
So direct.
What I want more than anything is a peaceful life. I have no idea what your goal might be, but I find your methods unacceptable. I'd sooner work with the Phantom Solitaire than you.
So you're referring to Habaki's activities. Well, just so you know, he was acting entirely on his own.
Arius would never abdicate responsibility for those under him.
My suspicions were correct then. You do know him. Again, I haven't had the pleasure. But even so, being unfavorably compared to him doesn't sit well with me. Considering he basically birthed me into this world and then abandoned me.
He did?
I've grown weary of talking, haven't you? Come on then. That power of yours. Let me see it. If you're something other than Polkashino Yama, I'm even more curious.
All right. Thanks for talking as long as you did. I had all the time in the world to cast my spells.
Whoa!
Oh, boy! Hey, what in the...
Bones? Yes, of course. This isn't elementalism or garden variety sorcery. If my information on the other world is correct, this is... necromancy. Who then? Is Liz Swordflail? No, not her. There were 3 powerful necromancers who had close personal ties to Arius. And this one, his demeanor, attitude, and words all point to... Is it you? Are you number 4? The distinguished Imperial Court Sorcerer, called the Corpse God?
Oh, brother, what are these chills about? Excitement, maybe? I'm starting to get the feeling I'm caught up in something pretty serious. Which means a big scoop is probably right around the corner. Go for it, Kocho. Get that story. Break through time!
So it's begun, yes. We settle things here and now. Our will shall be implanted into that child.
With that done, we will be able to reach it. The nest of bugs that we must burn.
Hey there. Could I trouble you to answer a few questions on the record? Fire-breathing bug, was it? Now, what are all of you doing with those umbrellas on such a nice evening?
Why, hello, detectives. Thanks for the other day. May I ask what this is about? Showing up and throwing around the name Fire-Breathing Bug. Isn't that the notorious arsonist who's been causing everyone so much trouble lately?
Yeah. However, the fire-breathing bug's not an individual. And by the time that name was widely known, the people who originally went by the title were already gone. Someone kindly left behind a paper trail that laid everything out. I know all about the human experiments that were carried out in this house. About Mitsu Higawara and Takajiro Tora. The Sabramon group imprisoned and murdered all their human test subjects, or at least that was their intention. But those 2 survived and became the fire-breathing bug. So, do I have it about right?
I'm afraid I haven't got the first clue what you're going on about. Unless you've brought a warrant, I won't be able to play along with this any longer.
Answer me this, and I think we'll be done here. One of our docs looked at those papers, and when he was done, this is what he had to say.
From what I can tell, the purpose of this experiment was to implant abnormal principles in people. How fascinating. Through the use of special voices and sound waves, they were able to successfully drill compressed data into the brain. It's completely different from the way modern science would approach the subject.
So, the fire-breathing bug is nothing more than a pseudo-personality implanted into you using hypnosis. The original fire-breathing bugs are dead now, but with this trick, they were able to propagate their will throughout the world. Correct?
Well, look at that. Finally someone managed to find the truth.
Oh, believe me, I didn't do it alone. I simply built on all the groundwork that was laid by my predecessors. Funny, huh? Though I guess I can't really expect you guys to see the humor in it.
It matters not. You are righteous human beings. That much is clear. But what evidence do you possess to prove our crimes?
I'll admit, all the incidents of arson you're responsible for would be hard enough to explain, let alone prosecute.
In that case, why have you come here?
Maybe I can't nail you for the fires, but there's something I can charge you with to keep you from making any more trouble. And that would be the crime of aiding and abetting. You are associates of his, aren't you? Allow me to clarify. We're currently on the Solitaire Task Force.
For goodness sake, show it to me already! Show me the very moment this world turns upside down!
Is something wrong?
There was a big crash somewhere just now. I'm going on ahead, Lulu.
Alright!
With this primitive sorcery, he's just artlessly firing off mana. It's odd, even if he's holding back. He fortifies his body expertly, but his other spells are amateurish.
Coming across a necromancer in this world is the best I could have hoped for. Yet you steadfastly refuse to become my friend. And as powerful as you are, you say you want peace? If that's your idea of a joke, I'm afraid it isn't a very funny one.
Perhaps you're right to mock me, but I'm not going to give up. I refuse to let you stand in the way of peace in a world my brother and friends call home.
Now you've gone too far, you little fortune-telling brat! I guess it's about time for me to start getting serious!
Good plan. Because I think you're gonna have to give your all against that one too.
Seriously, another brat showed up? I can't catch a break.
Sybil! Great Spirit, won't you grant Sybil your protection? Oh, please, I beg of you! A warning from the Great Spirit. Possibly the strongest one I've ever felt.
Finally tracked you down. Sorry, but Polka's coming with me.
Yes! This is truly magnificent. I'm glad it was you. Anybody else wouldn't have done. A mere sorcerer wouldn't have the power to change the world. You, though, you could single-handedly revolutionize everything. Your necromancy does nothing less than prove the existence of the soul itself. Think how many powerful people would grasp at eternal selfhood, even at the price of becoming a zombie. If you were to contract with them, you'd suddenly find yourself in a position to paint over this boring world with an entirely new set of values. And if we were to combine our forces, we could achieve something truly remarkable, such as boring a hole all the way to the other side of the sky. We could go home, leave this dull world behind, and return to where we truly belong. Whether or not you want it is irrelevant. If you refuse to change this world, you and I will have no place here.
I don't believe it. His spells are beginning to take proper shape.
I appreciate all the dazzling displays of your power you've shared with me. Thanks to your most generous guidance, I'm slowly getting a handle on how to use magic.
Mere moments ago, he was clearly an amateur when it comes to magic. He learned this much by watching me? He's brilliant.
Now, to mark the occasion of our meeting, what could be more appropriate than a few fireworks?
Somehow, I knew you'd use fire, just like 100 years ago. Sabarimond.
This is it, is it? The world you sorcerers were watching from the other side?
Elemental magic without an elemental. That's not something that exists in this world.
I should say it isn't, no. Freaks with powers like these have no business being here. That's why you and I should either return to the other world, or remake this one as we see fit. Now, let's turn the world upside down. I mean, it's not like you haven't done it once before, am I right, Corpse God? Or should I call you by your other name, Riz Delusia Red Resolve, the Emperor Slayer?
So you know that much, do you?
I've pored over reports on the Empire, and all of its major players. With each new bit of information, my heart leapt. How I longed for that fairy tale world, the homeland I kept reaching out to but couldn't touch. Come on! Show me more power from the other side of the sky!
He's
gradually adjusting to my speed and movements. My right arm is my ace in the hole. I have to end things with one blow or she'll adjust to that too.
How is this guy predicting every single move I make?
I never thought training with those tigers would pay off so handsomely. Their breathing is similar when they attack. No, they're almost identical. She's a savage beast in the form of a human. And that's why I'm doing better now than when I faced the tigers. Her actions don't defy reason. Not like, say, Majiri Agakura or Lemmy.
Oh, Great Spirit, what have you done? So this is what an elemental is capable of, huh? Wow, how cool! There's no, what am I trying to say? You know the hostility that signals an attack. I didn't sense anything like that. I'm sorry. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Misaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Anyway, sorry to cut to the chase like this, but would you mind handing over that shark plushie? I can't do that. I have to guard it. That's my assignment, and I must carry it out. Yeah, I was expecting that, honestly. I think I got it now. If I want to rescue the real Polka, then the first thing I'm gonna have to do is get past all of this.
Oh, damn it all. This is too much to handle. How are you gonna get out of this, Polka?
What you say is true. Huh? I can't deny it. Both you and I are utterly incompatible with this world. And my presence here as an unwelcome interloper attracted an elemental that could easily level this city. And you, a being capable of wielding powers beyond this world's comprehension. So, I'll simply put a stop to you now and return this body to Polka. After that, I'll go off somewhere and disappear, leaving this city in peace. It sounds like the documents you got your hands on may have given you the wrong idea, and I won't blame you for that. But trust me, this is no fairy tale. You'll come to regret having opposed me. My name and rank no longer exist. They perished alongside my country. All that remains of me now is a soul that won't die. And I know how to play the world's enemy if I have to.
The Empire long dreamed of unifying this peninsula. Though we acted for future peace, we cannot deny that we bloodied our hands. Don't look so sad. This isn't your fault. It's not as if you killed us of your own will.
Corpse God, or rather, Vista Lucia Red Resolve. At long last, I outwitted the Wandering Balcony. You see, the deadly poison masked a curse with which I bound your name. And now all I ask is that you allow me to rewrite your destiny.
What do you think? Shall we start by hiding the conclusive proof? The testimony of a shade being controlled by a necromancer may not be the most compelling defense. To think we would end up covering for the one who killed us. This is what makes life so much fun. I suppose if we're being fair, that makes us your accomplice. After all, you did kill us, your dearest friend. We'll see that you live a long, long life to atone for it. We never meant for our words to bind you, of course. And you remain foolish as ever, dear friend. Are you truly willing to kill yourself for someone else's sake all over again?
I love it! Though I still can't comprehend why you would remain so attached to this world after all this time. And what's this about returning your body? Oh, I get it. You're possessing that body with your necromancy, is that right?
Correct. And now the time has come for me to possess you.
Part of me resonated with his wish to live in peace. I felt as though I understood him.
But seriously, how did it all come to this? Give me a break! Why the hell did I end up feeling this way? This isn't like me, damn it! Hey, Volga! How about you stop looking down on us, you asshole?
Huh?
Kudapu?
What gives, huh? Who the hell asked you to start saying your goodbyes? Who says you're incompatible with this world? Sure, maybe you can do some things that scare the pants off me. And maybe my first impulse was to steer clear of you. But who cares?
What matters is that you and me
and Misaki and the real Polka, we're all friends now. And you're ready to leave us behind just like that? Have you completely forgotten your own words?
There's no secret I have that's more valuable to me than a friend's life.
So take your friend seriously! Besides, Misaki and I have a job to do. We're the ones who are supposed to help mediate between you and this world.
A blackout?
I hijacked the power as well as all the cameras in the area. You shouldn't be showing up on any public footage for a while. Don't force yourself to play the villain or the hero in this story.
Go all out in your own way, Corpse God! You hear me?
What does he mean?
Now I understand. The kids in that building are the force that's kept you chained down all this time. In that case, I know just where to begin.
Really? And where would that be?
You suddenly seem different again.
Oh yes, that's right. I don't need to play the villain. I already know what you have in mind. So I'll repeat myself. I promise I'll stop you.
Gemstones? To replenish his mana. Why so many?
For everyone. No. For my own desire. To bring upon this entire city peace.
Where on earth did he get so many mana stones? After all your big talk, you still went and did it, didn't you? You used the wealth that belongs to the body of Polka Shinoyama.
You're wrong. These came from money I earned, and the support of my cherished friends. That's right. All along there have been people who were willing to help me. In this world, and in that one too.
So take your friend seriously!
Can't argue with him.
Your desire is to bring peace upon this city, do I have that right? I fear that ship has sailed. These are but a few of the people who were just killed by my attacks. Sure, you can take out the security cameras, but what you can't do is pretend none of this ever happened. For that matter, neither can I!
You're mistaken on one very important point. As of this moment, no one has lost their life in this city today. My preparations made sure of that.
You don't mean...
This city currently contains almost no living humans. We are inside my hall of corpses.
Then everybody here is a shade? Did he even place wards to keep people out?
So you see, right now, I don't need to hold back at all.
What's going on?
Forgive me, sir.
But I haven't managed to get close yet. I'm under fire. Their primary goal seems to be delaying.
There isn't a lot we can do at present. Only this, to give you the city of Shinjuku. And now you may do with it as you please.
You're just like the proverbial bat. Why don't you attempt to change this world? You're neglecting the tremendous power that's been given to you. You seem to despise it.
I don't think that's true. As a matter of fact, there's someone significantly more powerful and exceptional than I, who wished for peace as well. I was controlled by an enemy necromancer, and manipulated into becoming an assassin. A hopeless fool of a corpse and nothing more. But even so, this person called me their dear friend.
Who could you possibly mean?
Didn't you know? Cherished friends came to my aid and helped me out. And thanks to their support, I was finally able to call upon him.
So, you've reached out to us at last.
I'm sorry. It took an awfully long time, but I found something I want to protect no matter what. Might I impose upon your Imperial Majesty for assistance? No. Would you please lend me a hand, dear friend?
Majesty? You mean Flamerodia Beyondilas, former Emperor of Beyadi? Why? I read the Corpse God was an arch-traitor who killed his Emperor. So why is he here? Why do they have a contract?
What did we tell you? Whatever you become, our Empire will stand with you. We'll be at your side, no matter the challenge.
Listen here, Necromancer. Do you honestly expect me to believe you took in the whole Fallen Empire?
Please show some respect. This is our Imperial Court Sorcerer, the Great Corpse God. But still, ambient magic truly is scarce. And refining mana will be time-consuming.
Well, you should allow me to buy you that time.
Using my mystic thread, I shall weave a spell of protection on this city's towers.
And I believe there is a place where my specific brand of magic will be of use.
If you would.
Well, what a day! Unquestionably a dream made real!
Even I have no choice but to admit it. That's some otherworldly, mind-blowing power! I haven't been able to shake this strange feeling for some time. Quite a while. What do you think, fire-breathing bug?
Danger must burn. Before anything happens. Before tragedy strikes. It must burn. And this city, along with it.
Would you mind holding off on that for just a moment?
Young lady, how on earth?
Are you quite certain he intends to do this world harm? Why not watch and find out?
Why do you stop us? Exactly what business is it of yours?
I'll be happy to tell you. You see, I myself was burned. The one responsible was a fake bug who seemed to desperately admire you, and this young man is someone to whom I owe a great debt.
Could my unusual feelings have brought her into being? A manifestation of my mood, as it were. What say you, fire breather?
I suppose one could make the argument that you have a right to your revenge.
Boss!
Even so, our primary goal as police officers is to protect this city.
And that protection extends even to members of Sabaramond, does it?
Maybe, but it certainly extends to the innocent citizens you're possessing. Whether or not you get your revenge in the end, the blood on their hands will never be washed away. Even as they stand here, their lives are being ruined and you're responsible. Don't you get that? I'll make your revenge my personal responsibility. Even if I have to track down every Sabaramon scumbag in Japan and crush them all. But before I do, you're gonna let every one of these people go.
You expect us to simply trust you and disappear?
I won't ask for that, if watching your revenge play out is such a precious commodity to you. Then you can go right ahead and copy your will onto me.
Why go to such lengths over this?
I do wonder. I mean, it's not about atonement, and it's not about repaying any kind of debt, either. I guess I can't put it into words. It's more of a feeling, you know? I feel like if I gave up now, it would make the person I've become since meeting Polka a total lie. So I'm gonna cut loose a little! And whether you like it or not, you're gonna give me back that shark!
Huh? My goodness, are you a vampire?
What gave it away?
Hey, come back!
I'm getting nowhere! What the hell is your deal anyway? I don't suppose you might be that Lemmings guy. Well then, I think maybe I should step a little bit harder on the gas pedal, huh? How is this brat not freaking out over this form?
Hate to burst your bubble, but I know someone who's exactly like you. In movement, breathing, and even spirit! I somehow was able to control an earthquake.
Did the elemental take action? I'll have to let someone else handle it. I have bigger problems.
He's refining his circles and seems to be growing closer to mastery with every attempt he makes.
Just who the hell does that amateur think he is?
A real genius. Damn. But even so, how can he endure a court sorcerer's spells and remain standing? As a resident of this world, he shouldn't even be a sorcerer. What is this feeling? I swear that I've sensed it since I first met him. It almost feels like I'm facing Arius again.
I don't want to risk my life for anyone but his lordship. But if it's truly his wish, I'll take action for the sake of the Shinoyama family. And as for you, keep your head in the clouds where it always is. Stay oblivious to my ugly jealousy. And go on living at his lordship's side with that dopey grin of yours.
Trying to get Polka back? No, you're not. It actually seems more like you're trying to attack me. You know, I think Polka will be a lot safer if I can just get him away from me.
Sakimiya!
Oh, hey, Xiaoyu. Here, take the real Polka.
Sakimiya! Wow, before she could only do that with her body. And this is what she's capable of now? Wait, was I just saved? Does that mean that some outside party's interfering in this fight?
So we're falling now, huh?
Well, now I have a clearer picture of why the elemental behaves so warily. Not for a moment did I suspect that particular monster had reached this world.
Who are you?
Zenkwai Shisi Ko Ama Yoribi. Dear me, in the swift centuries since my life was taken from me, elemental speech has perished as well. My, how terribly depressing. Still, I'm immensely grateful I entrusted my soul to the corpse god. Otherwise, I'd never have glimpsed the face of my descendant.
I never imagined he'd find himself a dragon's arm. Looking back on it, perhaps slicing off his prosthetic was a mistake.
It seems the danger is past. Thank you for taking the time after our fight to explain the peril my brother is facing. Be assured, I will keep our pact. Until the time comes when Xiaoyu chooses his path, we have a truce.
Unreal. You actually stopped the elemental? I was just getting the hang of things.
If you came this far on your own, we're impressed, to say the least.
But still, losing to you like this wouldn't sit right with me. Before I go out, I'll give you everything I've got!
Can it be? He's not just like Arius. He's using Arius's magic circle.
Not good! He'll blow the city sky high!
You must know you haven't lost. In terms of raw power, you exceed my ability. All I did was borrow. No, I wielded power. I just used people.
As you should have. We and the rest are but long-dead relics. Things of the past. Use us until we break, and then forge ahead. For after all, you're living in the present.
I already died in the other world. The me that's here is merely a corpse.
Living isn't about whether your body is dead or alive. It's a matter of whether you face forward. Can you do that, corpse god? No, Riz. To live in this world, follow your will, and protect everything you hold dear.
You were so different from me. Only ever looking forward. Back then, I didn't understand how you were able to do it, keeping your gaze fixed straight ahead. But now, I think I have a vague idea. And this time, I'm going to drag you into my business.
Make way for the Emperor!
What a beautiful magic circle. I feel like I did back then, when I laid my eyes on a spellbook for the very first time. So, it's over. You know what? This has been fun.
If watching your revenge play out is such a precious commodity to you, then you can go right ahead and copy your will onto me. Sir! Don't bother offering to take my place, any of you. I've made my decision.
Excuse me.
Well...
And with that, I've kept my promise. You were getting worked up again, so I stopped you with my fists.
You could have held back.
I did. I know you are. You were thinking of Hosorogi, isn't that right? But you're forgetting something. To the rest of us, you yourself are an integral part of the city we're protecting.
Sorry.
We have the utmost respect for your resolve, and we appreciate you. As far as the subject of that boy is concerned, we are willing to wait and see whether he is a bug.
That boy?
Whether we disappear for good now depends on you. I hope you understand that now, sir.
What am I doing here? Solitaire! No way! Can I have your autograph?
Yes, indeed. I'm something of a celebrity, as you're clearly aware. You there, ghostly young lady? Would you like a... Oh,
Hopeless. Is this some kind of dream? Come to think of it, those shitheads at the lab did say the heart they gave me was the core of a magical tiger with 2 heads. But I don't know, this just seems a little ridiculous, even considering the way things have been going lately. Hey now, kitty, you're tickling me.
I'm alive?
The wounds you suffered were serious, but not enough to take you out completely. I did my best to patch you up with corpses, but living flesh should grow back in time.
Why did you save me? You are a necromancer, right? I would have thought you'd jump at the chance to kill and control me.
Let's just say that you overpaid me and I returned your change in magic.
The jewelry I gave you.
Besides, while that thunderous crash was happening, I couldn't see or hear anything. But in that moment, the last thing I wanted to do was to make a child sad. I hate taking things from children. It is just not right.
You may regret your decision in the end.
Perhaps. And in that case, I'll use my power to protect everyone.
Alright then. I'll give up on returning to our world for the time being. All in all, I suppose this is a pretty nice world to live in.
Hiya, Polka!
On that point, we are in agreement.
The people who want Polka Shinoyama dead seem to have linked up with intermediaries in Ikebukuro and Roppongi. Don't ever forget, oh great corpse god. And this goes for you too, Polka. There are still many more walls standing between you and the peace you're so ardently searching for.